Got a few too many cats. Something bad is going on. All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec.
I'll follow only golden, golden, golden things. Walk up the river by my son. Feet step over splinters of the moon. Golden, I'll follow only golden, 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 golden things. Gold birds, gold string, gold words, gold anything, golden. I follow only golden, 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 golden things. Golden, I follow only golden, golden, golden things. Appalachian sunrise.
1 minute.
My
1 minute.
skin. Even with my eyes still closed, I can feel it coming in. Golden, golden. I'll follow only golden, 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 golden things. Mountain laurel high fives for miles in spring. Rainbow trout and a hummingbird wing. Golden, I'll follow only golden, golden, golden things.
Welcome to the Catman stream. God. Okay, so okay, there you go. That's 20 people unsubscribed. So give me a sec. Just 2 hands, etc., etc. One second. You'll see the problem in a moment. This is the problem. The problem is cats. I mean, there's one here. Does anybody like one? Has everyone got a cat, by the way? I can loan you a cat. Do you want a rental? Would you like a rental cat? Here's one. There's another one here. If you don't have your own cat, you can borrow one of these. So the reason why they're all here... Ashley's allergic, but Ashley has taken some antihistamines. Can I borrow Jasper, please? Yes, you can. Jasper is currently bed cat. He's cuddled up on the bed. Jasper is the biggest cat. He's just a monster of a cat, but he's so gentle. I've never, ever seen Jasper hiss or like be in any way even like he's so passive. It's unbelievable. Right. Okay. So Helen and family sent these in at Christmas, but they went to the wrong island, and they've just arrived. And Well, they didn't just arrive. They arrived like 10 days ago. Just in time for my low energy stream. There was no way I could have done a stream last week. It was just impossible. I thought maybe there's a chance, but there just wasn't a chance of doing a stream. The reason why I didn't like cancel it like in advance or whatever, and I gave everyone like 5 minutes notice that there wasn't going to be a stream, is because I thought there might be. So I will try. I don't take it lightly. I'm here for good. But yeah, I had no capacity to do a stream, which really sucked. Okay, so treats. This is Dottie, by the way. So Dottie here, and then obviously Anna Ferret. Okay, and then this one is well, you know this one, the Floof. You all know the Floof. This one is Sabes. On the ground, I have Emma and Tosca, and there's more. There's miscellaneous cats everywhere. Okay. There's more treats, by the way. There's like a whole tin. And there's like cards as well. Something came through from Zedbird. Oh no! Hydra! Hydra's ruined my tea. Hydra has hydrated in my tea. Do you want to see... Look. There's no Polly. And that's because Polly is deaf and she can't hear the subtle audio cues of... Look at this. Look at the bottom of the screen. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Look. Just look at that. Look at that. Wow. Okay. She's just ruined my tea. I think she's put a paw in it or something. Don't ruin those. Those are my grapes. I need my grapes as well. Right, okay. I will stop messing with you all, and I shall dispense the manna from heaven. Ferret will not wait, by the way. Ferret will literally rip these out of my hands. Ferret will not... Ferret is wild. She's absolutely wild. Look at her eyes. You see her eyes? There, at the bottom of the screen. Ferret is wild. And it's probably a consequence of... Okay, here we go. Treats. Okay, wait. The cat's on the floor. Oh, hi, Maisie. Maisie, you have arrived just in time. Actually, this is a bad time. Maisie, do me a favour. Take this. And please go and lie down. Go lie down. Good girl, good girl, good girl. Maisie's border collie. She's very lovely, but it would be bad to have her leaping around. I got Boofus on the ground. Also a bit of Julian action. A bit of, who are you? Bruce? Psst, psst. No, Lucy. And then Emma. And then in order here, this is Tosca. We have Tosca. Tosca. Hydra. Anna Ferret. Please, Anna Ferret. Don't do that. That's naughty. That's a fan. Anna Ferret. Just look at her. Ow! Why are you like this? No, don't press the keyboard. I put it there on purpose so that no one would touch it. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I've just turned it off. I've turned it into wired mode. I'll have to put it upside down so it doesn't get cat food in it. And then we have, that's Dottie, and that's Tosca. Tosca's really lovely and very well polite, and that's Hydra, obviously. Yeah, and that's Anna Ferret, who's like, if you don't give me that, I'll cut you. Stick your treats on your finger in front of the ferret, that always ends well. It'll end in blood. Okay, Karen, there you go. Trudy, there you go. Rufus, there you go. Okay. So, these treats are Emma, there you go. There's more. I mean... Okay, so these are from Helen and family. They are deli sticks for cats, very festive ones. I'll say thank you, because these guys don't say thanks, like ever. They're not very grateful. Yeah. Dogs, out. Maisie, out. Good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl. Because then we'll have conflicts, right? If the dogs are like leaping around. Karen, out. Out. Lie down. Good girl, good girl. There you go. Right, okay. We shall have conflict. Interspecies violence. It's not going to be that bad, really, but... Save one for Polly. Okay, I'll go get Pol. Let me just deal with these cats here first. And don't worry, by the way, Polly never misses out. Polly probably gets more treats than all the other cats. Polly gets her own special treats. It's good. No one uses drugs for the cats. It's true. Okay. I went to find Polly, and Polly is not there. Helen. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. The vegan treats there. Well, they're all gone. Obviously, they lasted like 2 minutes. Thank you very much. T Ferry says thank you as well for the. What was it aniseed? I forget what it is. My brain has gone blank. Not aniseed. What is it? My I'm so wrong. My brain. Licorice. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, sorry. The treats are gone. Like, they... Go on. Don't eat the metal, but... Yeah. That's just for freshness. Oh, there you go. Well done. Yeah, Hydra Mum. Yeah. How old are you now, Sabes? Sabes is probably... Let me think. Sabes must be 11 years old now. Okay, stop. Emma. Julian. Oh, lovely Julian. Julian is such a sweet man. He's a gentleman. Tosca just tapping my hand there, as opposed to Ferret. Ferret's on the floor, just like... Ferret is on the floor and she's looking up like, what the hell is going on? I thought you were... Why are you feeding them up there? Okay, Hydra baby. This one is from your boys in England. Here. There you go. That's from Sainsbury's. We don't have a Sainsbury's on the Isle of Man, so that's it. No, Saber's not the oldest cat. The oldest cat is Julian. Let me just go get Julian. Hang on. Do that. Okay. Jimmy. This is Julian. Oh, Julian. Julian is Patchwork Cat. Julian is the first three-legged cat, and he was in a cat shelter, and he's like Patchwork Cat. Patchwork Cat. Yeah. He's like Patchwork Cat. Oh, lovely Julian. I love him. He's a good boy. He's a gentleman. And a scholar. I just reached for my tea then. No tea for me. Okay, ready? Do we have a little? No. We're not so lucky as to have a little. Do that. Okay. What? Do I have a... I saw little again. Sorry, it was a lid. I'm like, what? Yeah, they're all cute. Yeah. Julian is super chill. He's just over there chilling. Julian is very eye contacty. And then this is Tosca. Tosca is like quite a large cat. Tosca is big. Hi, look. Say hello. Look at her ears. Look at them. Okay. I know they're scary people. Yes. Just kidding. That was Hydra. This one. I didn't mean to put you on your back. Okay. And then obviously this is Ferret. This is Sabes. Sabes is my familiar. Sabes. She's sniffing about. She's Anna Ferret. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I don't know why Anna Ferret is so. I don't want to say aggressive because I don't want to use the wrong idea of her. She's really loving and lovely, but she's really fierce when it comes to things like food, or if she thinks there might be some treats going or something. She literally just she has no care for her own safety. She just flies at whatever it is, and she will also swipe as well to grab stuff out of your hands. And none of the other cats would do that. They don't dare. And it's like it's probably related to the fact that she was the quote unquote runt of the litter. She was very, very small. She was just the baby of the babies. She was absolutely tiny. She was like a kidney bean, right, when she was born. And also she really struggled to kind of like feed from Hydra. So, you know, we'd have to kind of like rotate the kittens by unplugging one and then plugging her in and whatever. And we think it might be related to that. In the, you know, maybe she's got like food issues, you know? When Maurice went for his eye checkup at the vets, they were all sniffing him and said how lovely, how lonely he's so lovely. So I said, you mean like biscuits? And they said, yes, it's biscuits, yes. Smells like biscuits. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying all cats smell like biscuits, because that's not true. But these guys smell like biscuits. They smell like you know what it's like when you need to plug your phone in, right? And you've only got like one charger. You have to unplug something else to, you know, that sort of thing. I've got loads of peripherals here, like mouse, trackpad, you know, the keyboard, and they're all wireless and they all need charging. So I have to unplug one and plug another in, and it's like that with the kittens. Hydra needs an unplugged album. Yeah, steady on. The music stuff is. Do you know what? I love it. Some of the most fun that I've had being creative in my life has been making like the cat music videos. There's 3 of them now. Like it's so much fun, honestly, but no one watches them. It's just my own personal entertainment. You know what I mean? And they were just great fun to make. But yeah, I think cat paws smell like popcorn. Oh, well, it kind of depends, Julia. So, generally speaking, we use Saber as an example here. I shall do the sniffing for you. Yeah, it doesn't really smell of anything. I'm saying that it doesn't smell of anything, but there is a chance. There is a chance that their paws will smell like shit for obvious reasons. So I wouldn't sniff a cat's paws necessarily. This is like risky stimming. But how's your eye? Yeah, I will talk about it. I guarantee. Yep, that's it. Yes, you found more. Well done, Saber. It's not great, honestly. I've had so many hospital appointments. I was admitted to hospital twice in the last 10 days or so. Yeah, it's got to a point where I've carried like a change of clothes in my bag, you know, just in case. And I've packed like even in like my normal bag, I've like, you know, wash kit and all kinds of stuff. It has been an absolute fucking nightmare. I have been poked, prodded, scanned, imaged a million different ways. It's just been like nuts. I am so surprised I managed to get a video out. That last video that I made, like, it took me like 35 40 hours to make, and it shouldn't have done. It really shouldn't have done. It should have been like really quick. And it's purely because those studies, I could hardly read them. I had to read them like on my monitor here, which is, it's a 5K 2K monitor. I don't know how many inches it is. It's freaking huge. I'll tell you how big my monitor is. It's 2 of him side by side on one display. And I had to turn it. I had to literally put it to the lowest possible resolution to make stuff so so big that I could barely read, so I could barely read it. So it's been like so freaking painful. Like I haven't had use of my eyes for like 3 days. So I'm not going to complain, but like, fucking hell. Yeah, it started off as an eye test and ended up in A&E. You'll get with logical integrity. Soup, mate. Like, I'm fucking trying to. I'm recording shit. I have recorded about 100 voice memos. Okay, and I've had to use bloody WhisperSync and Mac. There's an app called Mac Whisper, which has got like a local audio-based English-speaking large language model called V3 Turbo Large. That's installed on my Mac. And basically I've had to kind of like load what I want to say into that every single time to voice to text. To just like make my notes. And then I have it read back to me. It's been so freaking annoying. It's also worth pointing out that I have filmed a lot of this. Most of the footage is unusable and rubbish. But some of it has been filmed. So, maybe. One of the days, right, check this out, right? One of the days, I get admitted to hospital. I get moved from one department to another department. I end up with like eye drops in my eyes to dilate my eyes, right? So you can hardly see. Many of you will have had eye drops, dilation eye drops before. And then they're like, oh yeah, the scanner's not working. And I'm like, why not? And they said, because they said it is working, it's just we haven't paid the software license. And I'm in the hospital and they're like, we haven't paid the software license, so we can't use the scanner. And I'm like, but I'm here now and you've just put shit in my eyes. So I can't fucking see. You could have just like not done that. and then let me know. Do you know what I mean? Did I have to get some accomplished while being goofy? Did I have to get some? What do you mean? What do you mean, Doogie? What do you mean? I don't get it. Yeah. So it's like it's been very, very frustrating. Yeah, dilation lasts 7-8 hours for me. Yeah, it lasts about 4 hours for me, but it's like I can't use my phone. I can't even browse on Discord. Yeah, they put stuff in my eyes. I've still got more hospital visits. I've got to have an MRI scan. I've got to have something called FFA ICG. Some of you will be googling that now. So I've got to have the shit in your veins to contrast. Yeah, I need to actually put, right, I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna have to put that in my drawer because that drawer is effectively cat proof. So yeah, it's been like really annoying. It's been not a lot of fun, to put it bluntly. But yeah, that last video that I made, it's so easy. I don't mean to say like so easy, but it is easy. Okay, all right, I'm being honest with you. The easiest thing to do on YouTube is 5 reasons why you could be autistic, or 5 reasons why you don't have ADHD, or 10 reasons why. One of my best videos ever is 10 reasons why you're not autistic, right? And like that video needs very little preparation. I mean, there is science in it, but like, I mean, it's not contentious. But it's very easy to do. I'm not gonna sit here and go, being a content creator is such a hard job, because I could plug out listicles. I could possibly do them daily. I could possibly even do a daily listicle channel like BuzzFeed. Every time I do it though, I lose some soul. It just goes and I don't get it back. If any of you played Baldur's Gate 3, there's like brain worms. Sorry, I don't mean to bring RFK Jr. into this, but like there's like alien brain tadpoles. And like you can use them for powers, but it sort of takes a bit of bit of your character away. So it's like that. Every listicle is like a brain worm. 10 reasons why you hate. No, people fucking love them. Oh my god. If I want to have like tons of views and shit, it's easy. Just do listicles. But I just can't. I'm sorry. That's not saying they won't be listicles. The next one's probably going to be a listicle. But if I've done a listicle, you know that I've had eye drops in. Okay, that's secret code. So yeah, my point is that last video took so long to do. And Mike's only one step away from razor fingeriff. I can't shit on it too much because I really want my tea. There's like half a tea in here. It's been catted. We're gonna have to do a tea break in a moment. Content creators are posting, doesn't mean I have to be trying to do a job. Well, Isabella, funny you should say that. This is my job. So yeah, there's an element of that there. And there's definitely an element of, needing to chuck in a listicle every now and again. But don't worry, guys, I got you. This is not gonna be a super listicle channel. But there will be a you also send hugs and hypes in the comment for listicles. It's been a shit week when a listicle comes out. No, it's not like that. It's not quite like that. It's like oh, I hope you're feeling better, Anik. 10 times you'll be dead this whole time. 10 reasons we live in a simulation. Yeah. Hey, it just is what it is. But listicles are. I don't know. Maybe there's something about listicles that kind of tickle our brains a little bit, and it's kind of quite satisfying to. It's quite satisfying to kind of hear a listicle. I suppose my last video was a listicle in a way because it had eight little sort of skills in there, but that's only because of 7 from Carl Sagan and 1 from me. So I didn't really write the listicle. I was just building off of what Carl Sagan did previously in his book, Demon Haunted World: Science as a Candle in the Dark, which is a hell of a long title. It's just the Carl Sagan book. It's a good book, by the way. Highly recommend. Cats can lick his face all over and over, but not in his teeth. It's really rare that a cat will lick my face. It might happen, and usually, like it's when I'm sleeping, and it will usually be him. It'll be Saber, and sometimes Anna maybe. Oh, thanks for that, Emma. Yep. Please don't touch buttons again. I love you. I know. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Emma's angry that she hasn't had sufficient worshipping and treats. Emma's molting. Emma, what's this? It's you. It's your fur, mate. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Sabes. Emma. She's not as bad as Polly. We have to run. Hi, Chnooka. Hi, Chnooka. Are your 2 cats like this? Like super, just. Well, they are actually. I've seen them. Like, what's the deal with fur and Wacholder and what? Emma requires attention, by the way. If I don't actually watch, there's a chance she's gonna do something mean. This box, by the way, is super cute. I love this tin. The tin stays. Focus! Look how cute that is! Look at all their cute little jumpers. Look at all their cute little jumpers. Look. The monthly autistic group I attend is talking about burnout next month. Oh, wait, cool. Well, I kind of hate that burnout is this repeating topic. Like, not that I hate it, like, it's just like, I wish it wasn't so. As in, right, really? This never happens, by the way. This is because I'm doing this and it's right in the middle of them. Do you know what I mean? Here, Emma. Or Larry, on the other hand, though. Larry can be a little bit slappy. Yeah. Emma. Goodness me. Emma. Look. Yeah, here. Oh my god. I have the tin for emergency trees. No such thing as emergency trees. It's just going to be a tin with things in. It's going to be a tin. The tin is actually super cute. I have a tin. You can see it in the back of quite a few of my shots. It's like right here. There. The pet tin. I have another pet tin now. I like it. I do like this tin. It is actually ultra cute. It is extremely cute. Like you, Emma. Hmm? No, if the tin was like Emma, it would have sharp edges. Okay. Yeah, burnout. Yeah. So anyway, like, I just wish burnout wasn't such omnipresent. I don't know. Sort of. It's a little bit sort of phantomish, isn't it? It's a bit of a spectre. You know. I can't say I like it. 10 reasons how to avoid burnout. 10 reasons you might be... Oh, gosh. I guarantee if you actually Google those videos, they already exist. We'll do 11 reasons. Burnout just keeps coming back. Yeah, burnout is a big thing, and I'm pretty confident that burnout is going to be a big thing for everybody, like long after I'm no longer around. I feel like it almost feels, not that it's an inevitable thing, but it feels like it's an unavoidable. I feel like I'm using a bit of a synonyms thing going on here. It's a bit of an impossible experience state to avoid. Having said that, there are things we can do. Self-care, slightly larger things like I don't know, like a hot take, and I didn't want to depress anyone or bring anyone down or whatnot, but like geopolitics right now and the shit that's going on in America, that kind of doesn't help, right? Like that sort of contributes to a much stronger feeling of oppression. I'm trying to pick my words really carefully. I'm not trying to be a political channel here. I'm just trying to say, right? That feeling of less, a reduction in agency. Those things are not good. Those things are not good for your mental well-being. And I'm not saying avoid the news on that basis. I try to, but holy crap. It's like on top of like the amount of internal shit that we have to deal with is a thing. Okay, I don't know what unit we're going to call it, but you guys are very creative. You'll come up with a name. We'll call it you know, an amount of stuff you have to deal with, and then an amount of energy in order to deal with it. And it feels like an awful lot of this extra stuff, this extra anxiety-inducing kind of choking kind of culture, society, ethos, whatever you want to call it. And it is getting worse, by the way. It wasn't always this bad. Just feels like optional shit on top. And you really want to avoid as much of that as you can. Yeah. An F-ton, yeah. Yeah, bombarded with a lot of extra at the moment, yeah. Yeah. I think it's just, you know, there's a lot of crap for everyone. Even slash especially for people that are younger. It's even harder for them now than society was in a place when those of us that are older, were younger too. Yeah. So that's kind of. You see, this is why I don't script my videos like word for word or whatever, but this is why I have a little sit down. Actually, I don't. I tend to walk and type on my phone. And I put down some bullet points and I think about my ideas and then I check them before I double check before I say it onto a camera. And usually when I'm editing, I'm like, I think I've just said something completely bullshit here. And then I go and delete it from my video. Every single one of my videos is like maybe 30% cut out. That's why sometimes they don't make sense. That's my biggest struggle as a creator, by the way. It's like, I'm editing and then I'll be like, shit, there's going to have to be a cut here. I don't have the energy to reshoot this all the time. It's just going to have to go out, but I'm just going to have to cut this bit out. And I'm like, I still hope I still hope the video kind of works. With just like a cut in it, like an old VHS tape. The painting hasn't changed, it's not Ghostbusters. Contented Crow, that's very kind of you. You can see what I mean though, can't you? Because there are moments where the train of thought breaks and it's like, oh, it's just gonna have to go out. So freezing, burnout specs. Yeah, I'm sorry. The weather issues are kind of something else right now. We have a named storm going on right now, actually, over in this part of the world. Actually, all of the British Isles are being hammered by a storm. But obviously, there's like super winter in some places at the moment, and also super fires in some others. Mike, be careful not to be a cat snack instead. I guarantee that has actually never happened. It's right up there. I'm super aware. I'm procrastinating shoveling the 2 feet of snow. Nice. Well, not even nice, but like the last time I saw like that just colossal amount, like slab of snow on things was just when I was in Canada for a couple of weeks in Ontario. I've never seen anything like it before or since in my life. It wasn't an unusual winter storm, by the way, for those of you that are Canadians. It was just unusual for me. It's like, what? How do you live like this? This is everyone in Canada needs to move. Just abandon Canada. It's just like, how do you live out here? Having accidentally drunk paint water. Oh right, yeah. Well, accidental drinking is a thing. I have accidentally drunk tea that a cat's been in, and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's got fur in it. It's disgusting. Yeah, I've accidentally drunk things, but I haven't accidentally eaten something. Does that make sense? Soup, we can give you perceiving compliment. I appreciate the trigger warning, Soup. You realize we're here because you're a deeply empathic dude, yeah? Apparently I've got no empathy at all. I'm a cold, insufferable, robotic asshole. That's how I prefer to see myself. I'll stick with that. You're such a robot. Oh, these cats. This is called cupboard love. They'll be your cats too if you feed them. Actually, I tell a lie. Like, some of them are like Saber, for example. Saber has separation anxiety issues with me. If I'm away for a couple of days, he doesn't know what to do with himself, but then he will eventually stick to Nina if Nina's here. Anna Ferret, Hydra, they're kind of quote unquote my cats. It's weird, this is not the way that they are, it's just the way cats are, right? Animals. Tosca is very much Nina's cat. Dottie, kind of neither of us really. Well, she is both, but kind of like she's not. Dottie's yours for the right price. You know what I mean? Like with for the right treats, she'd be like, "Are we only ones?" Emma loves me very much, but she also loves to hate me. What else? Like Gibson loves Saber, so Gibson is around me a lot, but that's Polly's brother, the white cat. But Gibson's not really attached to Nina or me or my son or anything like that. Gibson's not like, Gibson doesn't really give a shit. He's not a people cat, but he loves Saber. He loves Saber so much. So I see him trying to cuddle Saber all the time, and it's really sweet. So like, there's all kinds of dynamics, is I guess what I'm trying to say. If you can imagine, if you did a circle with 15 points on it, you can draw lines between one point and every other point. Some of those lines are like super strong and super positive. Some of those lines are a bit antagonistic or a little bit, oh, I'm not so sure about you. So for example, in the past, there was a time when Larry was a bit more of an asshole than he usually is. And he attacked Willow. And no like physical harm, but you know, obviously cats remember. And then for years later, Willow is like, oh, I don't like you. She's not like terrified of him or upset with him or whatever like now, but they will not be together. Like if Willow's sitting on a sofa, or Larry's sitting on a sofa, sorry, and Willow comes in, she'll look at Larry and go, ugh, and then she'll keep walking. She won't like jump up there and cuddle up with him. Most of the cats are like Switzerland in that they are kind of neutral. And some of them are just some of them are solos, and some of them are like. Was that the super chat sound? It was a super chat sound for the kiddies to get Mike some treats. Okay, all right, tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you so much. I will 100% go and get something nice tomorrow. I'll go get a coffee or something. And well, actually that's lunch, isn't it? $20. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I'll go and get lunch then. Thank you. You deserve treats for going to the people vet. Yeah, I don't have I've been in the hospital a lot for other people. I've never been the recipient in a hospital, like ever, but I literally know where all the rooms are, etc, etc, because obviously I spend a lot of time in hospitals, but not because of me. The cats get you coffee lunch. Damn straight. The cat's sponsored by Mike. S names. Hi Shanuka, what's that? I'm going to go get a cup of tea in a second because my tea has been ruined. Thanks, Hydra. Probably Hydra. I don't know that it was Hydra. It could have been one of the kittens. Detailed cat social hierarchies. That's entertainment I can support. All right, Claire. I mean, look, if you guys want to see it, and it's not super busy. Have you done the healthcare passport, Mike? Actually, yes and no is the answer to that. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what that's about. Okay. So yes, I have actually done a healthcare passport, but it's really bespoke to me, and it's bespoke to this moment, and it's bespoke to this particular incident. I haven't done a generic one, and I can honestly tell you, I can honestly tell you how many. Do you know what? I have seen, I don't know, probably like eight different doctors, maybe 9 different doctors, and literally they can be like colleagues working in like rooms near each other, and every single time you go in and see one, they ask you for the story, like from the beginning. And it's like, oh my God, what do you people want? Like, why do I have to say everything from the beginning all over again? It actually got to a point where, and in fact, in my last, do you know what I did in my last one? Because I have my notes and my healthcare passport, so to speak, in Notion on my laptop. I just said, can I borrow a bit of your desk, please? I'm going to open up my Notion, my laptop. And I just read from it. Because I spent the past 5 or so doctors that I'd seen reading off my phone or reading off my tablet or reading off a piece of paper, literally reading. When I went to A&E, I was literally reading off my phone. I literally read a pre-prepared statement like I was in fucking court or something. Like I was like reading a pre-prepared. And it's just like, it helps. But yeah, look, the irony is not lost on me about how often I've said the phrase healthcare passport over the last year. You wouldn't know what to put in it. Start with literally your name. Any health conditions, any medications, next of kin details, and then break out into literally like sensory. Think about sensory things. Think about sort of dietary things. Think about like cultural things as well. That's really important, by the way. In fact, that's what started this whole thing for me. Like, think about cultural stuff. Like, for example, for my mother, you know, she will always like turn down food, even though she's Malaysian. Think Uncle Roger, right? So she could be like Uncle Roger's auntie or whatever. My mum loves Uncle Roger's videos. And she just like tells him off and stuff out loud while watching Uncle Roger about his shameful behavior. It's funny. Anyway, yeah, but like you kind of need to like write down stuff on there about like culture. So you know, if a healthcare assistant was bringing my mum some food and my mum said no, I don't want, you know, no thank you, and then they'll take the food away. Maybe they'll leave it there, but then they'll take it away in half an hour or whatever. The actual answer for my mother is no. You have to leave it there like all the time. I know it's going to be like cold and gross, but just leave it. Don't take it away. That needs to go in your healthcare passport, because otherwise my mum will starve in hospital. She'll literally starve because her culture is different. She likes to graze on food. Like my mum doesn't really have like meal times. She's just got like food all the time, all the food all the time. So yeah, there just needs to be like constant food. So just like that goes in her healthcare passport, right? Like stuff about communication. In fact, actually, by the way, if your communication is, let's say at my level or lower, right? In terms of like the amount of needs you need being higher, the lower you go. I need to read off a fucking screen. Some people can't even verbalize, right? So you have to absolutely just have that there. Maybe you can verbalize really, really well. Like I don't personally, quote unquote, go non-verbal, right? But my skills diminish really fast with stress, anxiety, pressure, and so on. There's actually a bit of a curve where a little bit of stress actually makes me perform quite well, and then it goes to shit really fast. Yeah, healthcare passport, stimming, regulation. We'll put stuff in there about regulation. What helps you regulate to prevent you from slipping down that fucking slide of apparent incompetence. Stimming. I can do a doctor's appointment, right? If I can do a doctor's appointment and stand up and walk around, I'm much more likely to be clearer than if I'm forced to sit in a chair and stare at someone. You know? Do you want to play doctors and nurses, or do you want me to tell you what's wrong? I've got to walk around. My mum is not autistic, no. My mum is very ADHD. My mother is the definition of ADHD and impulsive. And in a funny, lovely, adorable way. My dad is autistic in the... do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you how my parents... I got them involved in my diagnostic process? Do you want me to tell you how my parents took it? Do you want me to tell you? Is everyone ready for this? Do you want me to... You see a lot of YouTubers just... I'll just tell you. You ready for this? Okay. So, I actually tried to keep it a secret for a long time, so I didn't tell them until literally a few days. No, it's getting too personal. Okay, but I also see yes. So it's fine. I'm going to tell you anyway. Yeah, I'm comfortable sharing. If there isn't a good place to share this story, where else would it be shared? This feels like the most appropriate place to share this story. Well, it was a week or so before I had my appointment, and I had a bit of back and forth with the psychologist and the team, like reception team type stuff, just emails. And they were like, look, we preferentially will listen to you, obviously, as you know your experiences, but it helps to speak to family, friends, whatever, people that knew you as a child, all that sort of stuff. And that I now know is part of the lifelong part of the diagnostic criterion, right? The criteria. There is a criterion. Thank you to the person pointing out the difference to me in my YouTube comments recently. That has to be like, quote unquote, symptoms must be present in the early developmental period. That's basically the bit they're looking to tick off when they want to talk to your parents and family. All right. Okay. I thought, well, I'm going to talk to them afterwards anyway, so I may as well get them involved now. It might help them buy into the process a little bit. So I went over and saw them, and I took a pre-prepared questionnaire to fill in, and I filled it in with my parents, and it was very, very funny. We even took a few photos with them because it was just hilarious. My mother answered every single question with, "What the hell is wrong with you? He's my boy. I love him. There's nothing wrong with him." That is how my mother answered every single one of the questions, which I just thought was fucking hilarious. My dad, on the other hand, was, no, you can't talk like that. They actually want proper answers to these questions. You have to answer the questions properly. You have to answer the questions. You can't just say that every time. I think that is probably the best single story to explain the culture of my parents in one go. And I feel like it's a very fair way to do it. So that's where we're at, okay? Anyway. So afterwards, if I just fast forward a little bit, I'll give Emma a few more snacks here. Fast forward a little bit, we're talking like, a month or two later or whatever. And I go back and talk to my parents and I tell them, my mother still repeats the same line. She just says, "What are you talking about? Nothing wrong with you." And I tried talking to her, but it was just the funniest fucking thing. It was just the funniest, cutest thing. It's just funny. I have given up, by the way. Like, that conversation has gone nowhere. I don't think it can easily go anywhere now. But I'm glad I had the conversation at the time. And it literally didn't go anywhere. It was just funny. It was just literally just like fits of giggles, and it just became ridiculously amusing because my mum started just sort of saying it on purpose to kind of wind me up a bit and stuff, and it was funny. My dad has only ever said one sentence to me. He had a hospital visit at the time, and I met him in hospital to tell him the news. And I said, "Hey, Dad, I got my results back. I'm officially autistic." And he just looked up for a second. He was perfectly compass mentis, by the way. I think he was there for some lung issue or something, some breathing thing. My dad's a lifelong smoker. I mean, what are you going to do? And he said, "Oh, it must be an I am then." just sort of carried on reading whatever football magazine or whatever special interest magazine he was reading. That was it. That's as far as that conversation's gone. So that's just like, right. I asked him, "Hey, these hospital lights, they're not bothering you?" And he was like, "No." I'm like, "Okay, well, you met one autistic person. You met one autistic person." That's it. So, two ways to kind of interpret that conversation. One of them is, sort of rude, abrupt boomer figure. Okay, fair enough. Possibly fits partly too. The other one that fits is, you know, talking about yourself, you know what I mean, turning it back around to himself or whatever. I very rarely feel like that, to be honest. I think he's trying to connect. Right. So it's oh, Lucy. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand that feeling. I don't feel like it would be easy unless I get my mother on a good day right now to have a similar sort of conversation. So I'm glad I had it at the time. So I appreciate it. That's not easy for everyone. I get it. In another universe, the conversation I had with my parents must have been much more difficult. Regarding actually talking to my parents prior to an autism assessment, which is a conversation that, or at least a decision quite a few of you may have to make at some point. I was, you know, obviously told by my psychiatrist that it was okay. It wasn't necessary, but it was helpful. She also said some people find it helpful. Some people find it cathartic. Some people find it interesting. You know, you might learn something, basically. Is kind of the gist of what I was going. It's like, okay, cool. And I did, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I learned quite a few things about my childhood. And it feels like one of those times or one of those moments where it's like, shit, if you don't get that data down now, you might not be able to. That's kind of how it felt. So it was helpful, but it wasn't necessary. It is not necessary to for diagnosticians to speak to your family for a formal autism assessment. Okay, it's not necessary. Ultimately, some of them do insist on it, by the way. So there are obviously diagnosticians and clinicians out there that insist on it because it's part of their process, and they're very unwavering. They're very black and white thinking. So, you know, okay, that's just how they work, right? That's just the framework they use. You know, they must do it like that. Okay, fine. A lot of diagnostic frameworks are based on children, where parents / caregivers exist because you're looking at a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of clinicians aren't really geared up to talk to adults because we want you to play with Matchbox cars and so. Money for an assessment or to speak to anyone. Yeah, sure, Ashley, I get it. I really do. I would say it depends on, you know, weighed up. Basically, it's like it isn't necessary to. I don't want to use the terms identify. I'm trying to depoliticize as much as possible. I'm going to come across like. I think I am effectively left wing, but that's not the point. The point is. The point is, sorry, I'm picturing in my head quite a lot of the insults I've received. It's like, well, I mean, you got a point, but you know, I'm just laughing. Oh my god, sorry, my head is spinning. Deathwish 1408. Thank you for being here. Do a rewind only because I'm going to go and do a 2-minute tea break because I'm desperate for tea and the cats have ruined my tea. I would have gone through the story again for you, but I need tea desperately now. It's clinical necessity. I'm self-diagnosing with a sore throat. No, don't. Right, Emma, you can't even like look at these grapes. Okay, the black seedless grapes from Tesco's. They are mine. They are also. It's also a couple of days past the best before, but that doesn't matter. They're absolutely mint. I have rinsed them already, and they are good to eat. They are sweet and juicy. They are sweet and juicy. I don't want cat spit on them. Isabella, if you don't need to make major change to your lifestyle and support you and get support in uniform diagnosis, but it doesn't help much though. But if you can do test and embrace autism, I agree. Do the screening things on Embrace Autism. I like the way they're laid out, and I like the notes that they've attached to them as well, to give the tests a bit more context. I think, like for example, the RADSAR. If actually, to be fair, I wouldn't say this like specifically Ashley to you, but like if someone is wondering if they're autistic or not, and they're on this live stream and they're not chatting, they're just sort of just listening while doing something else, which seems to be the common mode for people on my streams. The RADSAR is the best place to start, possibly. Like, you know, without knowing who anyone was, I think the RADSAR is a good starting point. But if you get a super high score on the RADSAR, it indicates like anxiety, social anxiety, as opposed to autism. It's not so selective. I'm not saying that you can't be both, obviously. But it seems to be a score of social anxiety as opposed to autism per se. Actually, I did autism and embrace. I bet you did. Yeah, exactly. but if someone had never ever done one and they don't know where they're at, RADSAR is a great screener. But do note that high numbers means, like, if you get like super high numbers, there was a validation study done with RADSAR, which put formerly diagnosed autistic people effectively. It wasn't like this, okay? It wasn't like this. I am really fucking paraphrasing this to death, okay? But effectively, the kind of like the median score for the, you know, autistic group was lower than the score for those with social anxiety. But you really don't read too much into that, please. But if you watch my video on the RADSAR, this study I'm talking about is linked in a reference in the description. I need tea. RADSAR was interested in scores autistic in. Well, this is it, Jenny, right? So RADSAR kind of scores you like it's kind of it's like the penguins and birds thing, right? You know, penguins are birds, but not all birds are penguins. You know, a lot of autistic people struggle with aspects of, because it is technically a social communication, quote unquote, disorder, difference, condition, whatever. Because there's a large part of autism is about social and communication differences. There you go. So that's why a screener for autism is going to look at stuff to do with social communication differences. And those differences tend to be questioned as deficits, tend to be questioned as, you know, it's like, you know, do I want to go to a party? Well, I don't know. Give me some details. Who's going to be there? When is it? How am I going to be feeling? Am I busy? Have I got something? Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, if we can evaluate this thing, there's every chance I'm going to be like, hell yes, I want to go. Let's try and make it happen. Let's try and get pet sitter in or something. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's try and make it work. But, you know, so a lot of the time it's like, would you rather go to the library or a theatre? And it's like, I don't know. That's the AQ, by the way. That's not RADS, it's AQ, the library theatre question. Is it museum? Museum or... Is that what? Just fuck off. So a lot of these questionnaires, the specificity is the word I was looking for. They lack specificity. Look, right? You know the National History Museum, in the UK, the one with the lovely concrete stairs, the T-Rex, the massive statue of Charles Darwin sitting on like a stone throne that you have to walk past. It looks kind of creepy, but it's really cool, and he does deserve to be honoured there, and etc. Right? Well, that museum does night at the museum there. It's fucking expensive, but you can do a sleepover at that museum. No, I shit you not. It's not really a sleepover. It's just kind of framed like a sleepover, but basically it's like you have the museum to yourself. Basically, you have like a little group, and you have the entire museum, And you have like guided tours at night, and they even do like a screening of, I think they do a screening of Night at the Museum at night. Oh my God. And because you have access to, you know, a decent chunk of the museum, you can kind of wander around in peace and look at the stuff, which means that the museum won't be crowded, and it's just going to be amazing. And like, then they bring in this like lady with a big fucking harp, and then she plays the harp, and everyone can just kind of like, you've all got your own sleeping bags, you can chill out in like the main room in your own space, and there's this fucking lady playing a harp, right? This is I shit you not. I think that would be really good fun. I think that would be like, hell yeah. That's a social event, and it goes on for many hours, and it's yeah. I mean, you know, what's the context? What are we talking about? Yeah, you can wander on your own. Yeah, just fuck off and enjoy the exhibits and stuff. And there's also some staff there to kind of give, you know, show you stuff, and they do little private tours, that sort of thing. They literally do Night at the Museum, at the museum. It's actually, no, it isn't the place where they filmed Night at the Museum. That's in America. That's the begins with S. Famous American museum. It's the equivalent of the British one. We wanted to do that a few years ago. It'd be fab. I looked it up, and I'm like, holy shit. If I ever like make a fuck ton of YouTube money, that's what it's going to get spent on. Okay, we're doing Autisticats like private museum. This is what we do, okay? So it's totally, it fucking depends, right? It totally depends. It begins with Smithsonian. It's the Smithsonian. Casey, thank you. Right. The Vancouver Aquarium. I would love that. I would love that. I would love that. See what I'm saying? Pokemon's on the National History Museum at the moment. Amazing. I'd enjoy that as well. You can't drive yourself there because it's in the middle of London. You have to do the train and stuff. Oh, was it not Smithsonian? But later it was. American Museum of Natural History. Okay. I just thought it was the Smithsonian. Enjoy while it still exists. It's not being threatened, is it? It's not going to be the fucking Trumpsonian Museum. Hey, Emma. Right, I have to do tea. It's now become a medical emergency. So, if you're new here, 2 minutes. You're not going to miss anything. This is the time I press the button to play ads. So ads should be off. Hopefully nobody's been seeing any ads. They play during the 2-minute break. So I'd be really grateful if you let them play. And yeah, there was something else. I can't remember. Okay, here we go.
Appalachian sunrise meets my skin. Even with my eyes still closed, I can feel it coming in. Golden, golden, I'll follow only golden, 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 golden things. Mountain laurel high fives for miles in spring. Rainbow trout and a hummingbird wing. Golden, I'll follow only golden, golden, golden things. Walk up the river by my son. Feet step over splinters of the moon. Golden, I follow only golden, golden things. Gold birds, gold string, gold words, gold anything. Golden, I follow only golden, golden things. Golden, I follow only golden, golden things.
Okay, I'm back. I've just got some buttons to press. Right, hang on. There we go. A few more buttons. Look how professional I am. Yeah, I'm on my phone by the kettle and I'm going like, you know, tapping away. Full-time student, Isabella. Congrats. What are you studying? What are you doing? It's music, right? Music related? Modesty Hayes, welcome. It was speedy. Yeah, Rhea Helen. I'm like, do you know that thing many of you will know, Brits will understand, where you're stirring the tea bag furiously? Because you're making a rapid tea. You're not just like passing the time. Maybe some of you are, because maybe you're just like listening to the live stream and you're just pottering about or whatever. But like I'm like furiously making tea. I'm just freaking getting it done, you know? I don't have time. Milk. I don't have time. There's none of this. Yeah. It's not making coffee. I'm making tea. Let's get it done. If you think about how much time, how many years of life you would lose if you had made tea, you know, you just left it there for 2 minutes and then you came back to it and then took the bag. Oh, we're not all Victorians, you know. Some of us just need to have something to drink. Busy. When instant gratification isn't fast enough, this is true, yes. Come on, hurry up. I do actually quite like this particular flask because it has a lid, and that stops cat paws from going in. But we should calculate it. The calculation's dead easy to do. I reckon. Well, the boiling of the kettle, I suppose, is the variable, but assuming that the kettle is boiled and it takes 0 time to boil, you know, you just start with a boiled kettle. I think making the tea takes, you know, 20 seconds or something. I couldn't tell you, 20, 30 seconds, whatever. Whereas it would take 2.5 minutes if you were doing it, quote unquote, according to what it says on the back of the box. So that's like, say 2 minutes per cup of tea. Oh my God, that's like 4 hours a day I'm saving. I mean, you know, it's not like hustle culture, but cat paw tea, yeah. I don't want tea that's been steeped in like, you know, cat litter or something. Emma. Emma, your face, mate. Why are you so moody? Yeah, eat your biscuits. Ferret, come here. No, Emma. You can't be just angry like that and so intense, you know, your emotions. You need to learn how to do like proper stimming, you know? Just calm down. Go and tiptoe walk somewhere. For fun. Okay, biscuits are great. Grapes are even better for the like when you got some grape, right? A slow processing kettle. I can't have slow processing kettle. Kettles, yeah, sorry. I'm just reading comments out loud. Random words from them. Emma is, just the look on her face is just so, you know, like a DreamWorks cat. I have tried the Candy Floss grapes, Kitty, in the garden. I have. I don't mind them. I like them, but I don't mind them. Nina hates them. They are literally just like sweets, like candy. Jansen, are they nice grapes? Because we have a couple of grapevines as well, and it produces what looks like grapes. It tastes like poison. I don't know how to describe it. It's not great. I mean, they're grapes, but it's not the right climate. It's not the right climate. I mean, grapes happen, but I think the birds eat them mostly. But they're not nice grapes. Not like these ones. Pink Muscat, nice. I would offer you all some grapes, but. My daughter's relaxation activity is laying back on her back, doing stuff on her iPad. Uh-oh. Does she ever clonk herself in the face with it? That's dangerous. I think, like lying back with any sort of digital electronic device is terrifying. Like the number of times I've clonked myself in the face. Periodically violently shaking her hands and feet. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, I'm gonna drop my phone on my face all the time. Exactly. It's bad, isn't it? Don't do it. I find my iPad is quite heavy. Weirdly, it's not like iPads used to be. It's an iPad Pro 11-inch, but it's heavy. Whereas like older iPads, like all of the older generation iPads were all much lighter, almost like Kindles, like much lighter. Whereas this one's quite heavy. So it kind of wants to fall over all the time. So I don't tend to, it's not a bed device. And obviously phones are bad because, you know, it just hits me in the face, so. I tend to just it's bad. Don't come here for like super advice or whatever. I don't even know what you guys think of this YouTube channel really. But it's like, you know, I tend not to go to, I get stuck in things. I get stuck a lot in whatever's happening is my life now. So I tend not to be so like, so like I'll play on my phone, but I'll be playing on my phone till like 4 a.m. Do you know what I mean? Like getting ready for bed or going to bed would not have happened yet. In bed, iPad on chest, that's terrible because it's going to go clonk on your face. You're going to get headbutted by one of the cats in here. Oh, Polly, by the way, everybody. This is Princess Polly of Fluffy Butt Castle. Princess Polly has had no treats yet. I think it's time to dispense some treats for Princess Polly. She looks like a flipping ghost, doesn't she? Did Polly get a treat? Well, she's just about to. Pop. There was that time when I put the treats on the piano keys. It took a really long time to clean. That's just on top of the key cover, you know? The wooden thing that goes over the keys. There was an episode of Miss Marple where the murderer used an iPad. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen a Miss Marple since the flipping 90s, and there definitely were no iPads back then. Gives you early hours and late nights and screens here. Yeah, and in fact, also like starting work, it's is also very difficult. Everything like I love sleeping and lazing around. That's just amazing. But to start sleeping and lazing around is a transition. And then also getting up and getting going is also a transition. These are where transitions kick me in the ass. But then the flip side, I guess, the superpower, if you will, is I can sit there or stand there or walk, usually walking, and I can quite happily read some studies and try and figure out, like, applying my bullshit detector to them, and I read fast. So yeah. That's the flip side. I think if I grew up now, I'd be completely screwed, I think I'd be far too like distracted. Isabella, I've already given myself accommodations because of executive dysfunction. Sure, that's great. Good to hear. For me, I think I've always sort of accommodated myself, but this is a new set of language, a new way of thinking, which is quite helpful. I'm certainly a lot less anxious, and I'm certainly a lot less self-deprecating is the wrong term to use, because that's kind of humor, right? I don't have a term for it right now. This is why I tend to sit there and think, and then I'll be like, what term would I use for this? You can have a lot kinder self-language by having some understanding. And even if you're not autistic, that's fine too. By the way, like, I'm not saying, hey, you have to be autistic to join in this club of being kind to yourself. It's not the case at all. Self-accepting, kind of. I mean, I'm not actually accepting of it, and I'm still pushing on the edges. Permission to be kinder, yes, maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure where the line of this is the language I'm using is not the words. So I kind of want to sit and have a little think about this. It's kind of a YouTube video, actually. Do you know what I mean? This is why you find a lot of YouTubers won't do lives. It's fucking difficult to even just explain what you're thinking of. I'm thinking of the concept of ableism or internalized ableism, and where that ends, and where just trying to not in self-improvement, or wrong terms, where that line is. But it's almost irrelevant for me because I know where the line is not. Nobody benefits from me not being able to do things, but then when I'm having again, the words, I can't come up with the words. This is a video, but I don't even know what the video is called yet. Do you know what I'm thinking? I think I know what you mean. Are you trolling me, Bar? do you know what I mean? Please tell me you're kind of getting the... You see how terrible the communication is of this idea. This is not an autism thing, by the way. This is just... I know what I want to say, but I just don't have the words. And if I can't communicate it, then what the fuck, okay, not John. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, I'll come at it another way. All right, and then we'll talk about something else. More T words will come. This is true. This actually is true. That's wisdom. No. if I kind of need to mind map it. Okay, so what I tend to do in these times is I go for my mind map. If I'm out walking somewhere, which is where I tend to get my best thoughts, my best thinks, I will make notes on a notes app. Although I can use Simple Mind on my phone too. And or I'll be sitting here and I'll mind map it. Sometimes I'll use my iPad and mind map on that. Sometimes I'll just use my journal and just write down some ideas. And they eventually start coalescing because I then start moving them about. If it's digital, it's so cool because you can kind of pick stuff up and move it, whereas you can't really do that. There's lots of scribble outs in that book. It's mostly scribble outs. And then what I sort of end up with is these sort of like main ideas that kind of boil down into what I call story beats, and then I'll link those together into a YouTube video. But 6 years later, we get a 2-hour documentary complete with complete with mind map. I don't know. I can't help it. I can't help it. And neither can a lot of you. In all of the different directions that all of you go in whatever it is that you're interested in, whether it's like an artistic endeavor, you know, music, art, graphics, drawing, illustrations, whatever, or you're doing it in like an engineering kind of thing, or you're doing it in like a life planning kind of way, or you're doing like bullet journal, whatever it is, whatever. Or it's just a to-do list or a shopping list or something, whatever it happens to be. You're all the same. You're all the same. Me thinking a mind map is kind of like a mind palace. It is, sort of. I like flowcharts. Yeah. So I just dump a load of ideas down, and I have a little think about where I'm going with it, because I am going somewhere with it. I also know that if I just say a sentence out loud, it's going to be like easy to misrepresent. That's not what I mean. I also don't even know what my point is. I have no idea. I have no idea but I know what I want to say, but I also know like, And then I'll start to just like coalesce stuff. And I hate to say it, I know it's simplistic, but I try and make like 3 points. Like I try and think of like set up conflict resolution, I guess. And try and like, can you say it better in meows? Yeah. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow. There you go. It's where I'm going with it. I just don't know how to say it in human. That's the story. Okay, that's going to be a YouTube video that confuses people. Too many thoughts. Yeah. Maybe that's why we like listicles so much. But like, I think like, I have a lot of complicated thoughts. Well, you know the Charlie Says things. We all understood exactly what Charlie was saying, didn't we? We completely understood it entirely. I have a lot of complicated thoughts about this sort of thing. The transitions thing, for me, and I'm speaking only for myself, it is really complicated. Because on one side, if there was a cure or a pill I could take to resolve the issues I have with regards to transitions, okay, would it help? Yeah, I can see a million ways that it would help. It would make my life so much better. But then you got. I'm not saying you guys. I would never make my big long YouTube videos, the ridiculous ones. I'd never. I mean, I don't. I suppose. You know. That's the flip side to it. There's an awful lot of stuff that I wouldn't be me if I did. I'll take the transitions things on big swords and things not talked about enough. I think it is one of the biggest things that isn't talked about enough. And I think the main reason for that, is because it's so hard to talk about. I mean, look, what I'm talking about, I'm not saying you guys need to or should do or even can do or whatever should relate to or what. I mean, some of you will, some of you won't, some of you, you know what I mean? Like, it's all, like, it's not even a diagnostic thing. And I think it possibly should be in some respects. I don't even know what that would look like without some serious thought. No need to agonize over it. There is no pill. This is absolutely the case. With respect to things like ADHD, yeah, fair enough. But transitions have been the most significant thing affecting us and our extended families. Interesting. I think a lot of people don't recognize transitions and being stuck. I think this is a hot take from me. Holy crap, we're in hot take land now. We're in just high land right now. Yeah, I think people don't know, don't recognize transitions. Let me put it another way. Throughout all my introspection over 40 years, I had no idea that transitions was even a concept or a word. Okay? So how would you explain this idea of transitions to someone that hasn't got a clue what transitions are? And I don't mean a clinical definition of, you know, feeling stuck or being unable to move from one activity to the next or blah, 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 whatever. Clinical definition you want to use. I think that's kind of why I struggle to even talk about it. I'm not saying it's not real. It's very real. It's just... it's a nice label to explain certain behaviors. But, like... stopping what I'm doing and doing something else? Yeah. I'd say that's a clinical definition, almost. I only understood transitions... Yeah, exactly. Me too. Yeah, so I'm thinking like transitions means, oh, you're graduating or you're getting married or you're getting divorced or you're getting a job or losing a job or you're moving where you live. These are transitions, right? Well, no. I mean, yeah, but no. Maybe we need, I know we have inertia. We talk about inertia, don't we? But that's more about the being stuck, isn't it? Being snapped out of monotropism is horrible. It is for me too, yeah. Yeah. It's why in this room I tend to leave the blinds down. The thought of doing the thing's worse than the thing itself. Oh yeah, well that's another thing entirely. Yeah, I've got emails going back months I haven't replied to yet. Ugh, I need to. Very challenging things for me, but the small transitions were different than the big life changes. Yeah. The big life changes kind of happen. Like it's almost like it just is. But the small ones, yeah. Blinds down the day, yeah. Sunglasses and lights, yeah. No, dude, honestly, like, so basically, like, it just stops people from like knocking on the window or waving through the window or whatever. It just prevents anything like that from happening, which is so annoying. But I just do it. It's so fucking, like, if I'm deeply in focus or something and somebody's like banging on a door, banging a window or something like this, what will happen is like, I just get this like burst of fucking adrenaline. Like it's so, it's disproportionate. But it takes me like ages to kind of like, I don't want to say calm down, that's not the right term, but like getting back to where I was is like impossible sometimes. And then also fear of that kind of makes me irritable. So, just is. I'm not saying I'm an asshole. I'm just saying I kind of get quite stuck and tunnel focus. But then the flip side to that is, I find that most people waving my hands randomly at people, I find that most people seem to lack the ability to explore anything beyond quite a shallow kind of level. That sounds like me being an absolute asshole saying that, but in the context of being absorbed into something that's limiting but quite deep versus, yeah, whatever. Oh, fireworks have gone off. Oh, that's nice. Let me make some tea. Unexpected person at the door. Oh, never mind. I'll just carry on doing the job that I was doing. Yeah, I just can't do that. Why can't I? I just can't. It's partly the adrenaline, to be fair. I think that's why. I think that's why I like natural spaces, outdoor spaces, and walking, sorry, or whatever, because it kind of like is predictable input. It burns off cortisol. Went to the police today to file a report. The cop just started talking to my emotional support autism coach, talking super loudly. I have PhD. I'm not stupid. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god. I'm sorry you had that experience twice over. But also, I completely relate to it. Yeah. Nina's been great, by the way, with my hospital appointments and stuff. Obviously, but like, it was kind of annoying because what would tend to happen? This sounds really strange, doesn't it? But what tends to happen is that the doctors will talk to her about me, like I'm unable to speak. And it's really annoying. And Nina will often say, you know, I started doing the actual clinic bit and leaving her in the waiting room in the end, purely because it was like, what the fuck? Nina's hyper aware to this sort of thing though. And yeah, like, you know, it's like, what the fuck? I think it's because like doctors or hospital staff will like to talk to other people that they see as professionals, or And I'm in doing the thing. I attend my elderly and forgetful mum's medical appointments with her. Doctors who don't know I'm autistic talk to me. I have to redirect them to address her. I have had that experience for many, many years too, Kitty in the garden. I understand that. I can relate to that so many ways. Absolutely. It even got to the point, my mum loves going out for meals and we've not been able to do that for a year now, which has just been horrible. And for about, I don't know, 10, 15 years or so, what happened is like even wait staff will like, what's she having? And doctors would be like, what's wrong with her? What are her, and it's like, well, just ask her. She speaks English. Part of the medical passport thing. Sorry, everyone. This is fine. That's just me. Part of the medical passport thing was for my mother. Was writing in bold that she speaks perfect English. She trained as a nurse in England. And it's like, I mean, if you've got an advocate or someone with you to help, and you as I'm going to use the term patient, but whatever in that situation, can refer to your advocate or say, hey, can you help? But not to be talked over like that. It's really rude. And also someone else is not going to be able to present or explain things like, I used to make a point of speaking to the person I was working with in hospital names. Yeah, absolutely. My mum's GP told me he thinks I'm not autistic. On what basis? Because you're not a boy. I laugh, but that's very much a reason. Took me a full day before I felt the insult of that. Yeah. I made a video called tier ranking the reasons people are given for why you're not autistic or whatever. Using the other captain. And holy crap, some of the reasons that people wrote in to say why they were dismissed. Like, it's quite interesting. Maybe we should redo that. No, the channel's a little bit bigger. Because I'm advocating for her, I guess. Oh yeah, because you can't be autistic and advocate for someone. Not being a boy has been a problem. Depends if you want to do a stand-up we. I jest. No, the whole autism and boys thing. It's very much an issue, and even for kind of like men and Asperger's or so-called occasionally autism level 1. You know my thoughts on the issue. Even that has a fairly clear sort of stereotype, which you may or may not fit into. Stand up. Oh, please don't hook onto the stand up we thing. Obviously, you can be, assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth, etc., etc. This is a flippant joke. And of course, no matter what equipment you have, you can stand up we. I think that's partly the humour. Oh my God, stop being so autistic about it, guys. I'm not doing a VOD about stand-up wheeze. No, can we please? Can we talk about transitions? As in, like, from one state to another, not gender. Can we talk about? Can we transition to a different topic? That's what I'm trying to say. Reasons for being, you know, Mike, any transition tips that have helped you? Yeah. Look, manage your expectations. My tips are quite weak. I'm not going to overplay it and lie to you and say, hey, here's 5 tips for managing transitions to improve your life and be happier. 5 evidence-based tips for managing transitions. Okay, like my happiness video, which boils down to a bunch of techniques for improving your happiness, but realistically it's like a 5% buff, but take it. I mean, 5%, fuck me. I've got a bunch of tips about managing transitions, but I don't. It's all fairly weak source. I think part of the issue is I think it's kind of like, you know, yeah, I'm not trying to bullshit you. Do you know, let me put it another way. My overwhelming strategy through life has effectively been to try and minimize distress as much as possible. And in that respect, it's helped with transitions. Is it hard to transition into tips on managing transitions? Stop. Weak source, no source. Yeah, I know. I don't like the vagarities. I'm not saying there's no space on my channel to do it, or I won't even do a video about like super shit, maybe a week might work for you type stuff. I guess the happiness video was kind of that. Like expressing gratitude really does help. Transition is so much harder during times of high stress. Oh my God, look, times of high stress, distress are honestly, what do we know about stress and anxiety as a non-Harvard board trained psychiatrist? Because as we know, Harvard is amazing, and anyone who went to Harvard can never be wrong. Meltdowns, tantrums, etc. But honestly, you know, eat well, good nutrition, sleep, and exercise. Those 3 things as much as possible in your life. But that's not the point. If you find yourself in like acute stress and things, you've got the techniques of like box breathing, meditation, get up and walk, you know, just move your body a little bit, right? All that sort of stuff. It might be that beta blockers are for you. They can be really helpful at times of acute stress. Okay, bit of biohacking, it can help, right? Whatever. Speak to a medical professional about that sort of thing. But ideally, try and avoid those situations in the first place. Do you know what I mean? Like, try and avoid them. This is so generic. It's so generic. But like, you know, many of you will understand the situation of being in a relationship, right? As in like a romantic relationship or situationship or whatever. And it kind of just like breaks down over time or whatever, or communication breaks down or something goes wrong, whatever it is. Some of you will understand what I'm talking about. How do you fix that in the time? Well, beta blockers can help, sure, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's chemical drugs, things you can take that make things better. Please don't block me, YouTube censors. See a medical professional. This is not medical advice, but you know what I mean? See a doctor, blah, blah, blah. But like, there's nothing you can do to make that situation better. There's no amount of like trying to be the better person, trying to do this, trying to do that. That's going to make you so much. Do you know what I mean? Like, by the time it gets to that point, sometimes things are so bad that you just have to kind of break it off. You have to leave it. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you have to end it, do something else, pivot, whatever. Right? Then we may talk about this on the channel. I mean, as I say, I may make videos about it at some point. More than likely, this is the sort of thing you'd see on Patreon than on YouTube, because it starts to get a bit personal. But with respect to avoiding those situations in the very, very first place, a lot of the time it's unavoidable. You know, no one chooses to be in those situations. They creep up on you. You don't know they're happening. But that's the technique. So like all the best ways of making things, setting yourself up as best as possible to manage when the winds change or when the rains come, that kind of thing, right? In every life, a little rain's going to happen. You know what I mean? You can't miss it. But it's like setting yourself up to minimize it as much as possible. I'm not saying that's the right approach. Some people would say harden the fuck up, put concrete in your tea, whatever. Some people would say try and minimize it. My personal strategy is to kind of minimize it as much as possible. I function better when my brain isn't on fire. Okay? That's the simple reason. I do push myself. I push myself all the time. But I function better when my brain is not on fire. When my brain is on fire, I got problems. Life is going to become worse. Everything is going to start breaking. It might blow up overnight with Mike with his brain on fire. Yeah, it's called put some concrete in your tea, harden the fuck up, right? So basically, welcome in Minnesota. There's quite a lot of autistic cats in Minnesota, by the way. Do stay safe, and I mean that not in a COVID way. I mean fucking holy shit. There are a lot of meatheads who seem to be above the law, dressed like fucking paramilitaries in fucking Scott, Minnesota. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot. There is a high concentration of autistic cats in Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota more generally. I don't know why that is. You guys can try and figure it out if you want. I'm just telling you, I'm not going off hard data. I'm going off of like people going, I'm from Minnesota. And the Introduce Yourself channel on the Discord is like, there's quite a lot of like Minnesotans. All I'm saying is, there must be a reason for why there's a lot of Minnesotans. There's Wisconsins in the community as well. But like, there's a lot of Minnesotans. Like, what the hell? And as far as things go, I gotta say, like, I would love to come and visit the US. I haven't been to the US for such a long time. Really long time. I've had a few trips to the US, but not for a very long time. There's no way in hell. I have massive respect for those protesting. I'm not saying put yourself in danger. I mean, holy shit. I mean, put yourself in danger? Fuck me. I'm like half Malaysian, and I've said stuff on the internet. I've got a whole fucking playlist about Trump and RFK. You got to hand that shit over when you immigration when you go and visit. Are you here for business or vacation? They might not give you a visa, Mike. This fucker's autistic and he's got a playlist. He makes videos about science. Send him home. We don't want that shit here. I'm sorry, everyone in America. I'm sorry. It's just my way of coping. Vermont's really good. The only problem is, Mike, is I don't know how many autistic cats are in Vermont. I think it might just be you, mate. There might be more autistic cats in Africa, African continent, the entire thing. There are in Vermont. Like, I can tell you what, they're popping up on the Isle of Man. There's a lady popping in going, "Oh, I'm from the Isle of Man. Anyone else here from the Isle of Man?" That was really funny. That was in Discord. That made me laugh. One of my fucking nurses saw me on YouTube, by the way. Don't know if I mentioned it. He's a Kenyan guy, Kenyan nurse, and he's like, so what? I'm to the accent terribly, but he's like his colleague was like doing blood stuff and horrible things, and he was like, so what do you do? And I'm like, oh well, I mean, I don't know. The usual answer to that is I'm a software engineer, but I'm not really a software guy anymore. I'm kind of like, I'm a YouTuber now. I make YouTube videos, and he looks at me and goes, I have seen you on, and he just pulls his phone out and he's looking at my channel on his phone, and I'm like, you wanna take my blood pressure now? This is bad time. This is bad time to take my blood pressure now. Make me fucking perceived. That was in A&E. Rhode Island is represented. Yeah, we have autistic cats on Rhode Island. Minimum one. I have seen Rhode Island mentioned, basically. I've seen Rhode Island, or I've sent a badge to Rhode Island. I can't remember. Rhode Island is in there. Yeah, there's quite a few in New York. Loads in Canada. Quite a few in Florida. I can tell you where the infection is. It's mostly Minnesota. Yeah, North Carolina, NC. There's quite a few in NC. I actually have a friend of mine who lives in NC who moved to America a long time ago. And occasionally comes back to England and stuff. But yeah, Pacific Northwest is highly represented for autistic cats. There's like Pacific Northwest is like a hub of autistic cat infection, and Minneapolis. Well, I don't say Minneapolis, but like Minnesota is big for autistic cats. I mean, they're everywhere. I think we've got every American state. I'm just saying that there is a. I don't want to call it a cell. I'm definitely not getting a visa now. I'm definitely not getting a visa now. But yeah, definitely. And Canada is like pretty spread out. I'm not saying America isn't, but Canada is pretty spread out. I would love to visit British Columbia. It's really high on my list. I'd love to visit Calgary as well. I'd love to visit Calgary. It looks so beautiful. Do we have an Alaskan? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yannicka, you're going to have to do some Discord magic. You can find a heat map. I posted a heat map a few months ago in the after party. So if you go into Discord and you go to the search bar and you go, any of you can do this, from : autistic AF has : image, and hit enter, or write the word heat map in Discord. You will find it. And there's a heat map there. You can see where all the blobs are, and it's pretty cool. I like fucking around with data. We have to search a heat map. I love the visual learning stuff. It's just interesting. Like if you want to say like, hey, this is where like stuff is. Like, do you know what I mean? Go kayaking. There are autistic cats in Australia. I haven't got to Australia yet. Australia and New Zealand are so high on my list, I can't begin to tell you. But it's also very, very far away and very expensive to get to. Otherwise, yeah, it'd be lovely to have a cup of tea and go for a snorkel or something. It'd be lovely. Absolutely. I'm loving Pardlote's flipping videos and photos in the Discord. There's so many beautiful things. Thank you very much, Pardlote, for sharing all those beautiful things with us. Such a wonderful honor to be able to see those creatures in their natural habitat. It's beautiful. In fact, yeah, I mentioned Pardlote, sorry, personal conversation here. But like I mentioned the box jellyfish thing, only because box jellyfish do kind of freak me out. And I'm not going to say it's an irrational thing, because it's not. It's perfectly rational. Sharks, it's not really I'm not really bothered. It's not really a thing. But like box jellyfish really do stress me out. So yeah, I mean, if there's a box jellyfish free zone, don't care if it has like stonefish. It can be literally covered in blue ring octopus. It's all fine. Just in fact, other jellyfish. We have like Portuguese man of war here. We have the biggest jellyfish in the world here. Literally, they're the size of cars. I kid you not. They're massive. In fact, the tentacles like really thick, like almost like dreadlocks, And eventually they taper out to be invisible string. But Bruce, here, I'll give you some treats. Please leave my grapes alone. You're beautiful, Bruce. You are. Bruce is quite old. I'm beginning to doubt that Bruce is the same age as Sabes. I think he's possibly older. Anyway. Oh yeah, jellyfish size cars. Yeah. Massive things. I've got tons of video and photos. Just found the heat map and posted the link on Discord. Contented Crow. Amazing. There you go. The heat maps are out of date, by the way. The heat map is not new. I was toying with the idea of doing like a little census. Don't freak out. Purely because like just a bit of anonymized demographic information. And no, it is not for marketing and sponsorship. It's not for any of that. It's just for us to go, oh, look at that. Look, generally speaking, this is where autistic cats are. Ish. And the kind of content that you guys like. Megalophobia. I was scared of sturgeon as a kid. Well, do you know what? Sturgeons are like really, really strange looking fish. Like sturgeons are sea lice irritating. Yeah, sea lice don't tend to bother me too much. But yeah. For those who don't know, they're basically like the Medusa stage of jellyfish. Mostly because I'm like completely covered over. Census called religion equals Jedi. Obviously. It doesn't matter what or if you have a religion or not, you're Jedi. You know what I mean? It was just like, hey, that's all. I don't know. It'd just be interesting to have some demographic info. Would it not? Does that not tickle the mind a little bit? I think to be fair, right? Like the issue is, like a lot of us know each other because we've been hanging out for a long time, but there are obviously a lot of autistic cats that are like not as active. They're still part of the community, so it'd be nice. You know what I mean? Like, Mike, do you want to eat tropical shrimps? Asking for a friend. Oh, the answer is no. Well, the answer is yes, but also no. I mean, Nina keeps sending me like adverts for like local fish tank giveaways and things. I've still got a 20-litre fish tank. Emma, okay, it's okay. I might die. Emma. Emma was defending her spot on the desk. And because Bruce was hoovering up the treats. Emma had a pile of treats in front of her, which were her treats, but she wasn't eating them just yet. And Bruce was like, well, if you're not having them, I'll have them. No, that's what caused that. Bruce. That's what caused that. Okay, it's not, you know. Fish tank taking a lot of work. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, that fish tank was built on the live stream. I will be doing multicam again, by the way. I'll get the setup working again properly. I've just really struggled with time and stuff. Yeah, I've just been feeling like I've just been high almost. I'm just zoned out. So Ashley, it goes back a couple of years now. I can't believe I can say that. That's a bit weird, isn't it? I feel like I've only just started doing YouTube. It's not a couple of years. It's just started. It's cool. It's going to rain into 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, it's over there. I used to have a camera on it that I could flick to. But yeah, 20-litre aquarium. Nina's got a 50-litre one now. She's got a bigger one. But yeah, we had the same one, and we started building them at the same time. Only person stuck all the time. Yeah. I find it really upsetting, actually. I'm doing my best. I've only been around since the time of the kittens. Hey, Ashley, you're part of the furniture, but here's the thing. The kittens was... well, like 10 months ago. That also feels like last week. You can have an aquarium tour, yeah. I'll go put a camera back up there. I've got some stuff to sort out. For those of you that have been here a long time, the live stream used to have lots of cameras, and I used to use my stream deck to change between the camera angles. And it was a lot of fun. And then slowly stuff started breaking, and I never ever fixed it. Basically, that's what's happened. That was like over a year ago. Size does matter with respect to water, but I would say my fish tank's better. I think part of the reason is because my fish tank has got a really crappy lid, and it's a cheap like children's fish tank, right? So like it's just got like a thin plastic lid with like 3 big holes in it. Consequently, the kittens drink out of it. Dottie has stopped sleeping on top of it for now. I think she may have had a near miss. And they drink the fish tank water, which means that it's like constantly being topped up. It's like super clean water now. It's like super clean. I can't stop them from doing that. I keep trying, but there's nothing in there that's bad for them, and they don't suck up any fish. At least I don't think they have. I used to have a cat that used to fish from a fish tank like this. Her name was Maple. She was a ginger cat. Yeah, larger tanks are way easier to keep. This is the smallest tank I've had. Like the water change requirements and things are quite high. Oh yeah, I'll take a 57-litre Fluval Flex. You posted it to me. I'll take it. Oh, so I heard today the Isle of Man Post Office is going to hopefully resume post to America by June. Now, I have loads of posts to send. I have things people have won in draws and giveaways, because we do draws and giveaways from time to time on the channel. And part of the reason why we haven't really done much drawing and giveawaying is partly because of the whole bloody post stuff to America. Probably drink at the bar and free aquarium. Thank you very much. I don't know if we'll have enough time, to be honest, because of all your board games. Go get lunch, Contented Crow. I mean, I'm eating grapes. So go do lunch. I had a sandwich earlier. I had a sandwich and some flipping... You won't believe this. I had avocado. No. It's not actually avocado. It's they're called avocado tortilla chips. Why are they called tortilla chips in like Britain? You know what I mean? Like the British Isles. They are. Avocado toasted chips, and I had a peanut butter sandwich. No jam. No jam required. And yeah, and some grapes. And it's great. And for lunch, I had some sweet potato and some mystery vegan meat. Some mock meat alternative thing. And some salad. Ashley, chips. Tortilla chips. All right, I'm going to go get them. Hang on. Stay there. Reese? They're not for you, Bruce. Tortilla chips, avocado, guacamole flavor. Tasty, vegan, friendly. I don't know how avocado got in them. There's only like 2 left. Not L's, but what do you mean? Not L's. Doogie, type it again, mate. I can't see your chat on the screen. No. Corn dusted with avocado, probably. Tortilla. Tortilla? No, tortilla is like the thick one, the Spanish one. Tortilla. Tortilla. No. Tortilla. Tortilla chips. Avocado. It just is. Guacamole. No. Yeah, guacamole. I can go along with. Because the O, because the E, right? So the E means you pronounce the O as O as opposed to or guacamole. Okay. Okay, that's fine. But this is tortilla. It's not tortilla. It's not tortilla. There's no fucking E's in it. Like this, look. Tasty. Yeah. There's no E's in it. Tortilla. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting because the whole tortilla chips thing. You should move chips. They're not chips. They're not chips though. I'm sorry, Tosca. They're not for you, mate. They're very salty, by the way. Oof. What a cat. Look at this. I'm sorry. Did I annoy you? This is the almighty Tosca. She smells good. You have to sniff her. Cat huffing live. Okay, put you down. Okay, this one's Princess Polly, Fluffy Butt Castle. You can't do that to her because she's too fluffy. Mouthful of fur, exactly. Yeah, you can't. She just sheds. Whoop. She doesn't smell like corn chips. She smells like nothing really. But she does shed a lot. So like, you know, just in the time she's been up here, she's covered everything in fur, or love fibers as she calls them. She doesn't really smell anything. Sometimes it's interesting because like the way the cats smell depends on where they've been lying down. So like if you've used like if you use like a washing detergent that's particularly strong or fabric softener or something, if they've been like sleeping in your clothes, that's what they'll smell of. They'll smell of that. She does shit a lot. Does she? What? Does she? I wouldn't say she does. Look, the flip side is dogs absolutely stink. So like, you don't get, it's not the same vibe with dogs, right? Dogs need washing. But like, yeah. And cats can smell, like, you know, their paws or their buttholes or whatever. You don't want to, it depends, right? Sabes' paws smell all right, but that's not like a guarantee. That's not like, it's not like a perpetual truth statement. I like cats as a concept. As a concept, a conceptual cat, and what's the word? Come on, software folks. It's not a concrete abstract concept. Salem was the stinker this morning. Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, notwithstanding cat farts. So, like, Larry farts a lot. He's even farted on stream and knocked out the stream just with the smell. It's just been, yeah. So, you know, Larry has got infamous farts. Been looking forward to Dere Me. Oh, Dere Me was so much fun, Bar. Dere Me was hilarious fun. That was great. Dere Me was a lot of fun. That was a blast. That was a blast. That was really good fun. Schrodinger's cat was it was an abstract cat. It was not a real cat. Oh, I'm actually on official government worky computery corporate machine. Do the update, Ashley. I'll catch you later. Oh, here comes Emma. Emma. Oh, I forgot to mention. It's card time. I was going to read them out. So this is dated December 2025, which is funny because it's nearly February 2026, but it took a while. Okay. So on this side, does anyone recognize the snake? Hang on, everything is mirrored. Does anyone recognize? Hang on, this. So Mike Nuna and family, just a little treat for you all. Actually, it wasn't a little treat; it was massive. Thank you very much. It literally arrived on a really shit day. Thanks to you and the postal system. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very sweet. Made me laugh. It made me giggle. It was funny. Yeah. As for the human sweets, they lasted like 2 days, maybe 3 days. I think the sort of like the vegan jelly snake things, they lasted like 3 to 4 days. Yeah. The candy kids, they're all gone. Yeah, they're all gone. They're all gone. It doesn't last long. I got this card as well for Mystery Autistic Cat. Merry Christmas. Sorry, I just have to do a bit of policing here. Emma, why are you staring? Oi. Yeah, I love you too. Please stop being so intense. Give me a second. Here, eat these. Just sit over here. No, Bruce, I'll give you your own over here. Emma's being a little bit. Okay, that should that should buy me like easily like 30 seconds. Okay. Dear Mike. David says not to stream. Well, don't be like threateningly intense 3 inches from my face in front of people when we have guests. It's kind of where I'm going with this. Okay. Dear Mike, Happy New Year. I think if you send me something and you don't want me to read it on stream, I think the onus should be on you to write in very clear language on the front. Don't read this on stream. Okay. Okay. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas to all the cats, dogs, peacocks, chickens, and T-Fairy too, of course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You appear to have ridden that 3 times. For all that you do. This community is so supportive and wonderful. It fucking is, isn't it? It's the most, it is literally, it is the kindest, nicest, supportive community I've ever seen, ever. I've tried about 8 different autistic communities. I think that's really funny. I think that's really funny. I'm sorry. This this community is so supportive and wonderful. I've tried about 8 different autistic communities. And it's like, I'm so sorry. Sorry, it's just, that's weirdly specific. That's weirdly specific. Okay. About 8 different autistic communities. And this is the one I've stayed with and participated in the most. And thank you for all the in-depth, helpful... See, has anyone figured out who this is yet? Yeah, so far. No, it's just me. Sorry. And thank you for all the in-depth, helpful videos you've made. They've made me feel less alone. I'm glad about that. And they've helped me learn about things I should know, but are a bit too depressing to research. ABA, parentheses. So I'm very grateful for your time and hope they help others too. The impetus for this card, besides saying Happy New Year, etc. and thank you, is this pin my sister received in her advent calendar and didn't want. I thought of you and your trip to the cat pub. The cat pub! So thought I'd send it along, wishing you and your whole family well and that next year is fingers crossed better. So far, no, it hasn't been, but we're working on it. Since I know this year has been rough, it has. Z-Bird or Z-Bird. This is quite funny. I like this. This is a cool pin. Look. We'll talk about cats. T-Bird, thank you very much. That is super kind. See, I didn't make this shit up. I promise. No, it's not shit, obviously. It's just a punctuation for British people. We use certain words like that in punctuation. This is super sweet. It's super sweet. I'm super honoured. And Z-Bird, Z-Bird, thank you so much. Appreciate that very, very much. And thank you for being here because honestly, I don't do much. Honestly, I really don't. But the community's amazing. I often wonder where you guys came from. Yeah, the handwriting is very similar to mine, incidentally. So yeah, I don't do a huge amount in that respect. I try to. I have big ideas. That's it. And the ABA thing was something else. I don't think Z-Bird Z-Bird is here, but I will intend to. My intention is to post in the Discord, but we should probably send Zedbird a link to the live stream with the timestamp. If I remember, I will. Thank you so much. I received the card last week, but I didn't, obviously, wasn't here, so I didn't stream. Do you know what? I don't think I've missed many streams, and because of the ad hoc ones, there's definitely more than 52 streams in a year. Oh, there's way more than 52 streams in a year. Plus the after parties. That's an exclusive thing. That's the Patreon thing. And thank you to everyone who watches and subscribes and likes and does all that kind of stuff. Because there's an element of, actually that's kind of it really, I think. Making YouTube content, there is an element of like, as Quinn, my friend Quinn calls it, be more autistic. Be more autistic? No, it doesn't say that at all. Be more YouTube. And there are certain ways and things you have to do on YouTube to do YouTube, but it's not like that in necessarily on my live streams or indeed in on Patreon, on the content there or on the Discord, which is great. I'm a little shy for the after party. Oh no, Phil, it's great. I can tell you what we're going to do. We're definitely going to be playing some games. That Tweety Bird one was fun. I also liked the description of being a supportive community because I really like that. I think I got a bit of an allergic reaction to folks saying it's like a support group or something because I see how you feel that way. I just don't want the obligation. But it is super supportive. As for the talking about cats, we'll talk about cats. I think that's freaking hilarious. That's an amazing badge. Yeah. I don't like downplaying myself. I'm not downplaying myself. I'm just like, I haven't done a huge amount. Like all the amazing stuff that you guys have done is within you. There's so much good and so much talent I've seen from people, like from the Autistic Cats and stuff. Like musical engineering, science, even like the crafts. Holy shit! The Makerspace channel is just it's just like holy crap. I think yeah. I'm intending on talking about loneliness soon, pretty soon. It's been on my mind for a while. More about like, I guess, the differences between being lonely and alone, I suppose. But obviously, that's a simple concept. Everyone understands that, right? But there's like more to it. Downplay's pretty British trait too. Yeah, I think it probably is, isn't he? But also, I really haven't done like a lot. It's the truth. Vote for me, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not never say never. I mean, holy shit. I mean, there's some. Oh, no, Emma, not those buttons. No. Thank you for that. I think I have to press that one back. What else have you pressed, Emma? Oh. Okay, Emma's done something. I've got no monitoring at all. Emma. Okay, I've got it back. Thanks, Ems. Nice work. Thank you. Thank you for that. Everybody go home, Emma probably. I don't. She's doing it on purpose too, by the way, just for those who don't know Emma, like, you know, her normal route is this and she's like running out, you know what I mean? She's kind of getting a bit wound up and a bit antagonized by the other cats doing stuff. And Like Emma wants her treats, you know, like next to her, and she wants to eat them, but she doesn't want to eat all of them. And then she hates the idea that if she doesn't finish her treats, other cats will come in, like Bruce, for example, and then eat her treats. That's what that hissing match was about earlier. And you can kind of see how that dynamic just sort of plays out. But Emma is getting wound up and annoyed. She just wants everyone as in the cats, to just go away. She just wants to be there with her treats next to her. It's just too much to ask. That's all she wants. Your storytelling skills are excellent. Thank you. They come from a non-existent place. Antagonist. She is the antagonist. Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, it's all about perspective, right? I guess the thing is doing all of these live streams and making YouTube videos has improved my skills quite a bit. I've still got a long way to go, but like, yeah, it definitely helps. Benefits of being alone. No one eats my treats. Yeah. She's a simple girl, really. I don't know where she is right now. The rule is you always need to know where Emma is. You just need to be aware of where she is. You need to know. I've lost track. Oh, she's there. She's by the fish tank. You help me figure out that I'm AuDHD and give me a safe space to figure out details and feel connected to other humans. It's a lot. I guess it is, Marcy, and thank you so much for being part of everything. There is still a little thing for you which can't be posted until June. Holy crap. But no, I mean, irrespective of all that, like I've met some fantastic people here. I'm not saying this like everything's over. I'm just saying like I have met some amazing people. Like holy shit, I've met some of the most amazing people over the past couple of years. And it is a bit weird because we are all a bit hyper vigilant for like asshole behavior, aren't we? I think we all are a bit like that. Like tend to be. I'm not. Don't come at me and go, no, I'm not. Fair enough. But like, I think in general, we're all a little bit like, So yeah, so that's kind of where a lot of my surprise comes from. I think. Emma's like a weeping angel. That's a horrible reference, but like, sort of. Sort of. I don't mean RSD, but yeah, I mean obviously RSD on top of that for some folks, yeah. But yeah, I suppose, yeah, you could look at it through an RSD lens if you like. You know? Greta Thunberg's my hero. Yeah, Greta Thunberg's pretty cool. And I do have some very exciting things which should play out this year on this channel, by the way. I guess what I'm trying to say to you all is like, hey, don't like unsubscribe yet. Give me a year. Just give me 12 months because sorry. Give me 12 months because there's some cool shit happening in 2026 on this channel. Stop it. She's a cute weeping angel. Unsubbed. Yeah, no, like unsub in 2027 is what I'm saying. Because yeah, 2026 is good. I don't even think subbing, by the way, makes any difference anymore. I hate to say it, but I don't know that it actually does anything. I've subscribed to some channels that I really like, and I've started listening to, and I don't see their videos on the homepage. I just see YouTube Shorts everywhere, and I keep saying, don't show me shorts. Show fewer shorts is the button on YouTube, and it still just shows me shorts all the time, like all the time. Even if I search for something like how to whatever blah blah blah, it just shows me like loads of like shorts. What happens in 2026? Okay. There's some cool Tea and Tales stuff. I will say no more. There's some cool long form video stuff. I shall say no more. And there's some cool collaborations. I shall say no more. It's going to be fun. The partner has YouTube set up in a particular way, so it goes to his subscription page and a bunch of stuff is hidden. Yeah, I hate that you have to do these weird workarounds or whatever. I think it's much better if we just had like if YouTube just went back to kind of, I don't know, even like 5 years ago, whatever, or just if YouTube just went back in time a tiny bit. And I don't mean it from the concept of content creation. I just mean like just using YouTube as a chore because of just, even on TV, like if I'm browsing like YouTube on TV, I want it to look a bit like, you know, whatever, like Netflix, streaming service, whatever streaming service you want. You just got the thumbnails and titles and whatever, and you can pick and you can choose what you want to watch or whatever. Whereas now it's like, it sort of went from like a screen full of like cool thumbnails and things and videos to kind of like 6 to kind of like 3 now with like a load of shorts underneath. And that's like on TV. Who wants to watch shorts on a TV? It's like really weird. Like, who wants to watch shorts on a TV? It's like, what? They're watching TikToks on a TV. Like, why would you want? I don't know. Like, forgive me if you do that, but like, I just can't get my head around it. Like, I can see like scrolling on a phone makes sense, right? But like, TV's a landscape and generally quite large, whereas mobile devices tend to be portrait and small. Yeah. It's just strange. I just don't like it. And it's not because I don't like change. It's just not that usable. And yeah, I know there are, you know, folks, I think El Moonlight's got a bunch of homegrown extensions that he's written to kind of make YouTube work better for him. And it's like, oh, why do we have to be like software engineering the UI? Baron Cohen collab would be interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah, well, never say never. I'd like to talk to Baron Cohen, actually. I have watched a few Baron Cohen discussions that he's had with people, and I found a lot of those discussions to be very deeply unsatisfying. I don't mean no shade. I promise you, I'm not being rude. I'm trying not to be rude. But the reason why is, I guess everyone's conversations are all quite basic. You know, the vibe of autistic people are people, really, aren't they? Kind of vibe. Whereas I kind of want to talk to him about a few things. One of them being the extreme male brain thing and the history of it, because I understand he has a scatter diagram effectively of autistic traits versus, which he calls systematizing and then empathizing. And this sort of like EQ, SQ, whatever, empathizing quotient versus systematizing quotient, kind of scatterbrain kind of looks like gender normative from the 70s, kind of where people would sit on like a gender scale as well. And then you kind of go, oh, autistic people tend to be more systematizing. Oh, they tend to be more male. Oh, look, it tends to be extreme male brain. That's why it's called that. And I would like to have, I thought the Hidden 20s interview with Baron Cohen was the best one I've heard, but I still felt it was unsatisfying. Just because I'd like to revisit that with Cohen, and I'd like to kind of have a little conversation with him about how extreme male brain has kind of been spun off by other researchers and other academics and other journalists and everyone to kind of hammer down this idea that you can't be autistic and female. Furthermore, that if you are autistic and female, that you are a quote unquote tomboy, right? Which is fair enough. I mean, Nina fits in the sort of like the tomboy kind of category, kind of thing, right? You know, kind of, you know, but like, I don't understand why we have this artificial gender stereotypy with respect to the extreme brain. Obviously, if I spoke to Sam Baron Cohen, I would rehearse what I'm saying and it would come out much more eloquent than this. The other thing I'd want to talk to him about, obviously, is the fact that all... no, it's not about like tomboy, but like I'm saying like de facto kind of like tomboy is kind of what they mean when they're talking about autism. And I can see how that is the case with people I've known, people I've met, but not always. Autistic AF, the thought spot mentioned in an old video that she was an ABA therapist. I suppose, like, look, I'm not, right, because I have no supervisor. But if I got a supervisor, I would be in a RBT straight away. Everything is in place, everything's done. It's just the supervisor element that's missing. I'm not sure if the BCBA would want me, to be honest, but they've definitely seen my video, by the way. YouTube shows you where your videos have been shared, if they've been shared on like Reddit or Facebook, whatever. My ABA documentary video gets shared an awful lot on Facebook in groups, in groups for people looking at careers in ABA. People keep anonymously posting my video in the comments and on ABA groups on Facebook. I'm not I'm not saying I condone it or anything. But just saying, right? That's where most of the traffic for that video comes from, I think. And feel free to Google it. I can probably find some links and dump them in the Discord. I've not found any of it hard to watch or whatever. A lot of it is like, oh, that's interesting, I'll take a look, whatever. But you know, not all of it. But it's just funny. It's just like even on Reddit, people are like asking for careers advice. My video gets posted there. I don't know if it's sort of like people doing activism or something. Sorry, what was that about ThoughtSpot? I don't watch the ThoughtSpot, but I do like her content in general. Like, I haven't seen much of it though. But I am interested in comments about ABA, obviously, particularly ABA in this niche. I'm interested. She was an ABA therapist before being diagnosed autistic herself and regrets her past work. Could be an interesting discussion. Oh, right. I don't know. I don't have her contact details. I don't. Yeah, I suppose it could. I feel like it would be an unbalanced conversation because it could come across as like, haha, well, I didn't abuse any children and you abused kids. Isn't that awful? Haha. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be hard to like avoid that. It would be so hard for me to avoid that in that conversation. It'd be really difficult. And I feel the same thing with Kaylin as well. I feel like a conversation with Kaylin would be very difficult. Partly because, well, I mean, look, I mean, it's hard for me to say anything without it coming across sounding really bad, right? And it's not because of Kaylin or because, you know, but just the fact that she works in the industry. And there's a proponent for it, actually encouraging the development of the industry. I don't know that we can see eye to eye necessarily in that respect. And notwithstanding the I practice this and live it every single day, so I know better than you kind of line, I don't know that she'd be able to defend it very well. And I don't feel like, I don't like debate, right? Where it's like, well, you've got this unbalanced debate. It's not helpful. It's like the vaxxers, anti-vaxxer kind of thing. You just shout at each other or whatever. Or just like one party just walks away being made to look stupid and the other party kind of like, I guess, wins or whatever. And they feel good about it. I'm not interested in that. I don't know how that format works. I feel like that's what neurotypicals like a lot. The flip side is I like deliberation. I love deliberation. I am so happy to deliberate and explore ideas and discuss them back and forth. But it's really hard to do that. It's really hard to do that. When the background to ABA is quite so abusive. I don't know how I could have a conversation with Kaylin and say, hey, by the way, did you know that the trauma and PTSD and suicidality associated with autistic people having received ABA is not related to dose. There is no dose dependency here. In other words, intensive ABA or just a bit of ABA, and the outcomes are still pretty bad. I 30-ish% more likelihood that you're going to have been hospitalized more often. Does anyone want that? But they might have not kicked off at a party when they were 7. You need a small group of people for that discussion. Yeah, definitely. And it couldn't be live. It would have, so it's really, it's a tough discussion. I don't feel like we could have that discussion because it's like, this is so abusive. The argument is should it be abolished or should it be reformed? Well, you've got so far to go. I wonder often should Autism Speaks, could I ever support Autism Speaks? And the answer is yes, I could. In the same way that I can support the National Autistic Society, despite the fact that they have had some drama and some abuse in their history too. I can still support them. What would it take though? Well, obviously it would require a whole new governance strategy. It would require a whole new board that's not run by American banking and finance system. It'll be run by autistic people for autistic people. It would look more like ASAN, to be honest. It would look more like the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. It would look more like Autistica. It would look more like a charity, designed to help autistic people and not to have expensive parties. So that's what I would expect. Is that change possible? Is it practicable? No, I don't think it is. I don't think enough people in Autism Speaks want them to actually not be an abusive shit factory. A bullshit factory. I think my gut feeling tells me that most of the people in the governance board of Autism Speaks want that place to just be a self-perpetuating bullshit factory. Well, that's a shame. That's annoying. That's upsetting. I had hoped they wouldn't take that approach. I'm very disappointed. I don't feel like the ABA industry though, whereas Autism Speaks is one organization. The ABA industry is so large, and I don't think it's ethical to advocate for it when there is so much abuse happening. There are so many autistic people. We're talking thousands, by the way. It's just like one small sample. We're talking thousands. It's many hundreds a month, order of magnitude. Okay, so it's not like every month this many autistic people die as a result of ABA. It's not like that, but it sort of is like that. It's sort of that is the ballpark. That is we can argue about the detail, but it looks like that. It looks like lots of dead autistic people that wouldn't have been dead if they weren't abused. I don't feel like you can step into any ABA clinic or any ABA organization and go, this is the gold standard evidence-based therapy, the best thing for autistic people. You can't do that. You also can't say, we're doing it better. We are a better clinic. We are kinder. We use much better practices. We are on the cutting edge. It's like, yeah. And what about your neighbors? What about them next door? I don't think you could do that. I don't think. It's like saying you'll never get food poisoning at a kebab van, street vendor or whatever. It's like you might. You might. You might. Yeah, it might happen. You might. Right? So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I don't foresee a collaboration in any respect with Kaylin at any point. But that's not to say that I don't think she's. I'm not. I don't. You know. I respect her work ethic and her go-get attitude, and she's out there doing her thing, and good for her. But I can't square that myself. I can't square it myself. For me, it's like, you know, I don't believe Kaylin has ever harmed a person. But she's part of a system that does. And just, you know, it's like, yeah, that's what I struggle with. That's where I cannot personally, I can't do it. Anne-Marie, this shit sandwich analogy is, I don't believe that she's making shit sandwiches, but everyone else in the line next to her, you know, statistically is making shit sandwiches. And I don't think that you can have an influencer go, well, my sandwiches are clean. It's like, no, I don't think so. You know, could Kaylin be a great person to work with, an autistic person? Yeah, great. Honestly, I've got no concerns in that respect. But that's the difference when you, that's the difference in saying, for example, I think we should do things like this. I think we should do things like this. This is my idea. I think we should change and move in this direction. Who's with me? Versus going, the industry's getting better. I saw her ice video. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fuck ice. Honestly, bloody hell. What on earth is happening in the United States? I've no words. I don't think it's a very controversial thing to say. But yeah, anyway, I mean, look, you know, a collaboration. I think we've got some on this channel. There's some fantastic collaborative work happening right now behind the scenes. But honestly, it's not Kaylin, no. But that's not to say I wouldn't talk to her or whatever. I'd love to have a chat with Kaylin, and you know, I think she's got so much potential to, you know, but you know, that's where that is anyway. Was Irene okay? Happy to have a conversation with Irene at any point. No worries at all. I don't think a conversation about ABA would be good. Only because literally, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Maybe I'm wrong. But I haven't partaken in an organization that, look, do you know what? I'm not trying to sound like holier than thou, right? I get accused of it a lot, and I feel like that's unfair as well. I'm not holier than thou, but I don't feel like, I feel like it comes across very arrogant if I were to have an ABA conversation with somebody that's been involved in the industry before. Because I can't sit there and nod, I'm afraid. I can't do it. I just literally can't do it. Zed Bird. We'll talk about cats. Slight aside, everybody. A much happier aside. I just want to say, Zbird, Zbird, thank you so much for this. I opened it earlier on the stream. I'm hoping you can see me read out this beautiful card. Thank you so much for sending it in. It means a lot. It's super cute. I love it. The thought behind it and everything is amazing. I want to say, by the way, it arrived at a really shit time for me, and it cheered me up. I did read it before reading it on the stream. But I was going to do a stream last week. Same with the card and snacks that Helen sent. So it's kind of been rolled forward to this stream. So thank you so much. I read it aloud to everyone. We all talked about it. So I'm sorry about that. I feel bad now. No, it brought a lot of joy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. It's very, very sweet. Arrived perfectly, arrived immaculately, and it's super, super sweet. It's really lovely. This sounds corporate of me, but I would encourage you to watch the stream back about half hour. Would you guys say half hour? 40 minutes? You'll find me reading the card there. Go back about 40 minutes or so. Yeah. Ish. Thanks, Soup. Yeah. I have a little scrub around. You'll see me holding the card up. I honestly can't remember. I have multiple cat ears. I have a collection. They're all under here on a big long line. Sleep well, Yannicka. I hope long day tomorrow is not ominous, long day tomorrow, but like hopeful, happy long day tomorrow. Sleep well. You know the other thing that's weird? The sun never sets on the autistic cats. The good time zone thing. The good time zone thing fills me with so much joy every single time I see it. Oh, everyone. So Hi Chinooka sent me. Hi Chinooka. Assuming Hi Chinooka's in the chat right now. Hi Chinooka sent me the good time zone drawings that she did. The original. I have it. Except I don't have it. It's in Nina's car. It still is. It's been in Nina's car the whole time since the hospital. It's in the glove box of Nina's car. So I can't show it to you. I was going to take a picture and put it on Discord, but it's literally been living in Nina's car since the day, one of the hospital trips, one of many hospital trips. It was every single day for like the last sort of 10 days or so, except for the last few. The last few have been hospital free. Yeah, I want to show you the thing up close. It's amazing. It's really funny. Yes, it needs to be protected. I was like super nervous, so that's why I put it in the glove box. I'll do a brief unboxing of the Hi Chinooka thing, but you can see it, by the way. It's in my video about stress 2 videos ago. I will briefly explain good time zone. So it sort of started off on the Discord server, the Scratching Post Discord server, as people saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever, which is fine, by the way. Just not like word policing. You can absolutely wish people good morning, good evening, whatever. And I can't remember what happened, but it was like, oh, it's evening here or whatever. I can't even remember. I'm only vaguely aware. If you want to, somebody can scroll through the billion messages or trillion messages and find out when it actually happened at the start. But it changed really quickly into good time zone because literally the sun never sets on the autistic cats. The sun never sets on the autistic cats. And we had a few new people join recently, and I paused reading the general chat, the lobby channel, the general chat channel, because I wanted to kind of like read it all, because it looked like a really fun discussion about what should be in the DSM. Like random shit. It's hilarious. And I wanted to sort of sit down and enjoy it, because it was like really funny. And I literally put my phone down, had a little nap, and woke up to like 500 unread messages or something, like just in that channel. Part of it could be, but there's quite a few people in Oz now. We've got Albert too. Do you know what's really funny? I don't want to speak out of line here, but there's a lot of bird-themed autisticats in Australia, New Zealand, and there's a. Sorry, I just found that weird. Maybe there's bird-themed autisticats elsewhere too, but there's a lot of bird-themed autisticats. I would say of the Australia and New Zealand autisticats, there's a lot of bird-themed ones. I feel like we need more, like Australia and New Zealand. But yeah, so it became the Corvidian sex. Yeah, it became Good Time Zone or Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, it became really interesting, and literally the sun never sets. So it's just great. It's a cool community. I can't. Everyone's great. I've never seen anything like it. I can tell you're desperate for a census, but I know, right? Because like, I sort of know, but I don't know much more than any of you do. like I think I've obviously got the best overall view, right? But it's not like much better than anyone else. It's like, It's mostly vibes. Former ABA therapist to repent, now diagnosed autistic, is an interesting story. It is an interesting story. It is. I don't think it's one that I'm necessarily involved in because I did. What's the word? I don't. What's the word, guys? I'm looking. I did attack ABA. Is that fair? I don't want to say that I did attack it because I didn't set out to do a polemic. But I did, ultimately, ABA is a heap of shit. I'm not saying there are no nuggets in there or a bit of respite for parents means that the family's temperature drops down a little bit and people can get on. I'm not saying there is no value in places and times and whatever. And I'm not saying that ABA itself hasn't like the Borg, absorbed speech therapy. No. I know, Joe. I'm saying like just as with respect to ThoughtSpot and so on, or even Kaylin. I philosophically, I find it really difficult because I don't think anyone who's involved with ABA or has been would ever want to talk to me. And I'm not a judgmental asshole. I know I come across like it sometimes. I'm not somewhat critical. I'm like, I am completely I'm completely anti-ABA in all of its forms. But it has absorbed occupational therapy. It's absorbed some speech therapy. So I'm not saying there aren't stories where, there's been success stories and parents have been involved and things have gone well and stuff. I'm sure, right? And I also know with respect to things like the hospitalizations and, can I say suicides without beating around the bush with YouTube's censors, and also the intense acquired trauma, that isn't somehow confounded by the fact that, there might be districts in the United States, well, there will be, where there is a preponderance towards shoving kids into compliance-based ABA writ large, right? And that's kind of skewed the stats a bit. Okay, fine. But they have been, though. Those kids have been funneled into that system and they have been injured by it. And that's a system that doesn't look for any harms, even though it knows they happen. They just turn a blind eye to it and still are turning a blind eye to it. So I think I'm 100% anti it. Yeah. Thanks for painting me in a good light, but I think I'm very anti-ABA. I also don't think that anyone would want to debate me about it. I honestly, genuinely, I think people would come across as looking like, I don't know, uncaring asshole idiots, I guess. If they really want to defend ABA, I'm happy to talk to them about it. I just don't like, I suppose what I'm trying to say is I would win the debate. I don't care how long they've worked in the industry. I don't care how long they've been an RBT for. I think I would win. The other thing is I don't derive satisfaction from that. I think it would just leave bitter tastes in people's mouths. I think it would just be uncomfortable and horrible. I don't know how. It's horrible, isn't it? But the reason I would win is because it's indefensible. Not because of me, not because I'm great or whatever. It's like, how do you defend it? Hitler was a good and kind man. Argue 5,000 words or less. It's like, good luck. Brexit was a good idea. Donald Trump is the world's best statesperson. How do you argue from a position which is so indefensible? How do you do it without coming across so bad? The difference is as well, if you were, for example, trying to defend Hitler, for example, it's just an academic, gross academic exercise. If you're trying to defend the indefensible, it's a gross exercise. Okay, granted. But if you've worked in ABA, if you literally work 40 hours a week in ABA, then it's personal. Do you know what I mean? Like it's personal, and I just think that folks will. Hey, good night, Joe. I feel like it would be like people would feel attacked and stuff. I just don't. Yeah, I don't know that I would want to do that. I also, do you know what I mean? It's like I don't feel comfortable with a video on my channel which is like ABA therapist destroyed, blah 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 blah. You know, that sort of thing. It's just like, but how can you not be destroyed? Like, you can say, hey, look, there was this person and they were blah blah. And then of course there's profound autism, which, you know, it's a whole other kettle of fish. You know what people haven't talked about with profound autism, where literally everyone's going wrong. Where literally every single person is completely fucked up and doesn't literally know what they're talking about. I know I sound like Trump now. The argument for the phrase profound autism, which actually means profound intellectual disabilities, it doesn't mean autism at all. That's not my words. That's in the Lancet. That's in that commission's proposal. It's about halfway through the paper on the right-hand side at the top. Beef fries, yeah. But it's like, intellectual disabilities is obviously a thing. I'm not trying to cast stigma. What I am saying is intellectual disabilities, or adults with learning disabilities as it is over here, is a whole other spectrum in and of itself. A linear one, as opposed to autistic spectrum, and you know, to which some people need nursing care. They don't need. It's not about, oh, my poor child, he needs to be supervised all the time in case he eats screws. It's more about, hey, look at this person. They're very happy. They've got a great life, but they need 2 full-time adult staff, including night staff, to stop them from falling over and cracking their head on the floor. And they can't be restrained because it's abusive. Is that not more profound than the group profound autism to describe profound intellectual disabilities? It is. What should they be called? Super profound. They have super autism, which isn't autism, it's actually intellectual disabilities. They're not related at all. There's no connection. I made a video on IQ before. It's a weird metric. It's a weird thing, but there is some interesting stuff to talk about with respect to autism and IQ, but it's not exciting. They are people. Yeah, but like, if we need to draw a line between, I hate to say it, I really hate to say it, but do you know what's weird? Because I'm autistic and I make videos on YouTube, people will cite me as an example of like those people who shouldn't be called autistic, because if you can make videos on YouTube, then you shouldn't be Then you could also say, well, if you can comment on a YouTube video and be mean, then you shouldn't be also. Or you could say, if you can think about how shit someone else is, then you shouldn't be. Like, how do we... Drawing lines is really arbitrary and bizarre. And the main problem with the profound autism line is that it isn't autism. It's not to say they're not autistic people, but it's not autism. It's learning disabilities / intellectual disabilities in the United States. I hate that we've got 2 different terms for it. It's really confusing. I have to say really long sentences every time I talk about it. Which really offends me. It offends my sense of just, let's just have a word for it, as opposed to like different words depending on where you are. Because I'm not American, but most of the audience of the channel is. So I have to say like learning disabilities or intellectual disabilities in the United States. But by defining profound autism for the group that those asking for it, Kaylin, Eileen Lamb, Autism Speaks at Rital, they are excluding the group that require effectively borderline nursing care. There's a group. Some of the most vulnerable, probably the most vulnerable in society. Lots of different words, but learning disability means something completely different depending on the country. I know, right? I've had people from like Sweden and Finland saying, "Oh no, that means like dyslexia," and it's like, no. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking like predominantly American, but only because of the audience demographic, not because of anything else. No, Z-Bird, no. The term sort of has a natural bottom by the fact that we have gone. I guess it's almost like a bit of a rhetorical test, which is that slippery slope almost. Which is that, okay, where's the autism? Nikki is just guessed. The answer there is it's just decreed. It's just a stamp, Nikki. It's the same for IQ. A psychologist goes, I reckon this. And what's quite funny is that often it's often it happens where people end up with different results because it gets seen by different psychologists, or the same one just a little bit later and they've forgotten they've been assessed already. Maisie, you can come downstairs. You don't have to bark. That's how it's just decreed, pretty much. Yeah, there's no assessment. It's just there you go. And do you know what else is really weird? Particularly in the British Isles. In the British Isles, the autism diagnosis unlocks different supports, which are not available if you don't have it. It kind of feels a bit conflict of interest-y, actually. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, just give them an autism diagnosis as well so that they can go to that party, or they can go do this event, or they can go and use this charity's services or whatever. It's a fucking mess. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's just decreed. It's just like, all right, there you go. Yeah, they're autistic. They have autism. Off they go. It's so arbitrary and weird and bizarre. It's so strange. Autism is definitely overdiagnosed in those with intellectual disabilities bar. I'm sorry, I don't have evidence for you there in terms of like sources and papers and whatever. It probably is well written. But yes, of course. There's only one level of adult support. That's adults, non-institutionalized adults. And that includes what Americans would call as ASD3. Hello, T Fairy. How are you? Are you good?
Evening.
I'm good. There's one level of adult. Have I got the Chihuahua? I've got the Chihuahua. Hang on. What have I missed? My kid's not allowed to place in autism education centre because she doesn't have a diagnosis yet. Yeah, Fran, that's terrible. Fran, remind. Oh, well, actually, you don't dox yourself. But like, are you like British, like UK? Because in the UK there is actually a rule that irrespective of diagnosis, for children, it has to be needs based. The send provision has to be needs based. So the diagnosis is really helpful, but like they should also be able to go provisionally. Yeah, okay, cool. Provisionally that you can fight that. So yes, it's true that the diagnosis is needed for supports and whatnot, but provisionally they should be able to put something in place on a sort of, I don't want to say provisional basis, but they should still be able to work with it. I'm sorry you're having that struggle. Post about it in the Discord in one of the channels. I was about to say in general, but like general just gets swamped now. Yeah, it's interesting. I hope that resolves for you. A formal diagnosis shouldn't be a blocker in the UK for that kind of support. Emma, don't sit on that cable. This cable is where all of the data for the image goes. Yeah, don't bite it. Yeah, it's actually a posh cable. It's a Thunderbolt cable. It doesn't need to be. It just happens to be the right length. Learn to species neurodivergent. Yeah, neurodivergent is a weird label, by the way. Because neurodivergent is a very wide label. But yeah, definitely, yeah. Narcissistic personality disorder is also neurodivergent. Should I need HCP for 2 years? I posted a little bit ago. To one. Yeah, feel free. Oh, hello. He hasn't been on the camera for a long time. Why is he nervous? Oh. Hey, Nikki, look. Look. He's wet, by the way. Look. Baby. Big baby. Look at him. Look at this big thing. Look at all of the cattage. Oh. Oh, welcome back. Oh, you haven't had treats. Here. Here, Jasper. Here. He's been outside. He's very muddy and wet. Okay. Nikki, that's Jasper. So I didn't know if you saw him or not. I hope you did. He's really lovely. He's I know you keep asking for him. Oh, here. What? Consistency of jellied corpse. I hate the smell. Thanks, Nina. Good job. He prefers the biscuits to the jellied corpse. Yeah, he's super muddy and leafy. I don't know why he's so. Well, obviously we have a storm going on, don't we, Brits? We have a storm at the minute. But yeah. Maurice, cuddle him. Oh, they are enthusiastic, aren't they? Yes, there's a lot of cattage there. He's many kilograms of cattage. Wendy, regards to you, family, and kitties. Ashley, welcome home. Thanks for stopping back in. You just missed Jasper. Oh, the smell of that wet meat is like really gross. Yeah, we should have transitioned to the after party by now. This is kind of what I mean by the transitions issues. Helen, Jasper's about 8. He's a chonky boy. Yeah, he's very big bones. Maurice is only like 18 months. He should definitely not be. What are you feeding him? growth hormone and MSG or something. But I think Storm's messed up my raw milk that I'm expecting. Oh, Pokemon cards, yay! I hope you get the sheepy sheep. Soup, you can definitely give Jasper a squish. He's he's really weird. He's so he's so chill. I don't know how to describe it. If any of you have ever met a ragdoll cat, they're kind of, you know, part of the sort of, I don't want to say breed characteristics, but I don't know, it sort of is. Maybe I need to put the Zbird cat badge on. We'll talk about cats. Is it the quite... Yeah, Hydra's big. And Hydra's very floofy. Hydra's not quite as heavy as Jasper. But then again, Hydra is also not fully grown yet. But Jasper's kind of got a ragdoll kind of vibe to him a little bit. Almost like like a toddler could pick him up and like waddle around a house with him. Almost like that. Which is weird. I'm like, what are you? A plushie or a cat? Like, what's going on? Why are you like this? But yeah, like you could imagine like a what's that like really annoying toddler from like the Animaniacs I'm thinking of? That grabs the cat. Almost like that. Yeah, he's not, I wouldn't say he's Patchwork Cat. I think Julian is like Patchwork Cat. I didn't realize Patchwork Cat was a girl cat. I thought Patchwork Cat was a boy cat. It's funny that, isn't it? Andy, I can't even remember. It's been so long. I haven't. Almira is who I'm thinking of. Almira is who I'm thinking of. Thank you, Miss Pat. You're an amazing star. I feel like Miss Pat, you've had a very similar, like, like upbringing to me in some respects, at least the teenage years. Yeah. Elmira with the I feel like he'd be fine with that sort of treatment. Tiny Toons. Oh, okay, yeah. There you go. See, like you're even error correcting for me. Thank you. It's Elmira. Okay. It's funny watching autism people doing autisms. So an audit DX should not automatically make qualified to identity, and yeah, I'm eligible because my DX is private, as my friend said. Oh, Snail Kitty, it gets even weirder than that. Sometimes, a private autism diagnosis is not accepted by the NHS. Isn't that weird? And it doesn't matter, you know, it's not like, oh, where did you get that from? That piece of paper. It's not like that. It's like, we didn't refer you, so we will not accept it. That is also a postcode lottery a conversation. If I get DX to cancer rates, pro hospital and cancer rates, I think they would take that slightly differently because it's medicalized, and the problem with autism with respect to adults is often it's like, well, what do you want us to do about it? What do you want, you know, like, so I think that's possibly part of the driver of dismissal, which is like, well, fuck off, you know, I'm not wasting 8 minutes on you. Like, that's an appointment time in the UK. So it's like, okay, maybe, but I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know. I guess that's what it would be. I mean, look, let me put it another way. I had a prospective possible diagnosis from my opticians, which is, I guess, private. It's not. It's NHS, but it's kind of like a separate organization, right? It's you know, like eyes and dental are almost like not part of the health system in the UK. They're kind of like, off to the edges. Like a lot of people don't have dental stuff in the UK on the NHS, for example, because it's just the capacity. It just doesn't exist, right? It does a bit, but it does. It's weird. Well, when I went to hospital, I had to do all the same eye test shit that I had in the opticians. Everything from like the board stuff to the sit here with the light thing that goes back, all of that bollocks. I had to do it whole thing again. So is it because they didn't trust it first time round, or do they want to see it for themselves? So it could be that. So I think the reason why GPs will literally sometimes say "fuck off" with your diagnosis is they didn't refer you. There's a bit of pride there, a bit of like, oh, you're not part of the system. Also, they want to reproduce everything from scratch again. Also, well, what the fuck do you want us to do about it? I think my gut feeling. Hey, this is me. This is not. I'm not telling you this is how it is. I'm just saying these are 3 possible reasons from Mike as to why they might not. But I don't fucking know. Yeah, isn't it a mess? Meanwhile, if you are an adult institutionalized and, autism diagnosis is a case of going, oh yeah, I reckon, probably, yeah, whatever, just stick it on there. Stick it on there, we get a bit more funding. Whatever. I'm not saying it's always like that. It obviously isn't, but that exists too. Autism is a mess. What I can tell you about the connection between intellectual disability / learning disability and autism, why that's conflated and why, say, Down syndrome is not conflated. It is, but, not in the same way. Is literally because of in the United States. I'm sorry, Americans. This is no hate. It just happened over there. In the United States, there was a massive quantity of research in the sort of like under the autism and behavior umbrella done between the sort of 1950s, 60s, Bernard Rimland and on, all the refrigerator mother shit, all of that stuff. All of that happened from about the 50s, 60s, more the 60s really, 60s, 70s. And it peaked in like the 90s. It's really fucking new, this, by the way. It peaked in like the 90s. Then Autism Speaks happened. And all of the evidence, like literally the scientific literature, you can go read it. All of it from like the fucking 60s to like the 90s, it's going up on a big steep fucking cliff, like an epidemic graph. And then in the 2000s and maybe 2010s, it starts to level off a little bit. But all of that research was done on people who were institutionalized with learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities in the United States. And that's where we get the statistics often cited by Kaylin. And I wish she would stop because she's wrong. Which sounds like this. Half of all people with autism have intellectual disabilities. Or pick a fucking number. It's wrong. There's a degree of numbers I've heard. I've heard it from a quarter all the way up to kind of the most. So people just say generally most. Down is conflated with intellectual disabilities. It is, yeah. But I don't know the deep details on that at all. But it is, yeah. There is a conflation. In fact, do you want to hear something about Down and intellectual disabilities? Do you want to hear something? There's something like 1 to 2% of people with Down syndrome that have no intellectual disability at all. But they have the visual appearance of Down syndrome. They have the chromosome thing going on. But they have no intellectual disability. Imagine going through life looking like you probably have an intellectual disability, but you don't. It's fucking interesting, isn't it? I mean, I can say that with no lived experience. But yeah, it's about 1 to 2% people with Downs. Anyway, autism. Let's get back onto my mastermind topic. Autism. There's no... Think about this. We started with... Okay, I choose to pick up the story with Hans Asperger's Vienna Clinic and his little professors. Then we move on to... I was about to say Ivor Lovas then. Leo Kanner in the US with the first formally diagnosed autistic patient, Donald Triplett, who was a banker and had a degree in a foreign language and mathematics. I think it was combined degree. Look, he had high support needs insofar as he came from a very wealthy family. He was a white boy. I don't even want to say middle class. I think they're really rich. I could be wrong. But Don Triplett, Feels like his family did an awful lot of work with him / for him. I'm not saying he had it easy. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that that's the demographic. But he didn't have intellectual disabilities anyway. It became an intellectual disability thing with the institutionalization in the United States. If you're interested, I have a video on it. But I now know more. I don't think that video really goes into too much detail about the decades and the research there, which is new information. But it's well worth watching. I feel like if any of my videos are wrong, I will correct them. I'll probably put square brackets in the title and go out of date or something, and just redo it correctly, or put a pinned post or comment or something. But I do stand by it. I like to feel like I can justify what I'm saying. Temple Grandin comes from another family as well. Yeah, sure. I don't relate to Temple Grandin at all. But then again, I guess why should I? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Temple Grandin is very fashionable. I love her aesthetic. It's like mildly intimidating too. But like, I've never seen anyone look like Temple Grandin before. I like Grandin too, yeah. It's almost like people tend to thrive with accommodation. I know, Sue. This is fucking news to me. I love... Do you know what? Mosaic Down syndrome, says Barr, is a form of Down syndrome, estimated 2% of cases. Those with this form tend to have fewer physical traits and intellectual features. Oh, physical traits too. Okay. I was wrong. And intellectual features, yet sometimes a normal, IQ level. The autism spectrum vegan Mike at one and slaughterhouse design. Yeah, I know, Anne-Marie. I sort of didn't really want to go there. But like a lot of Temple Grandin's statements about, her slaughterhouse work and stuff like that, I pushed back on it. I kind of get where she's coming from. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that she says. Not about her personal experience. That's hers. That's not for me to talk about. But I'm just saying, like, yeah. I don't know. Temple Grandin and I got a lot in common, to be honest. So, it doesn't matter. But yeah. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure her empathy is fine and doesn't need challenging at all. I mean, she's kind of like made it look a bit better, right? But anyway, yeah. I'm probably too tired to have a Temple Grandin conversation right now. But yeah, I disagree with Temple Grandin on that too. About the combining Asperger's, PDD, NOS, etc. into autism being a disaster. I disagree with that statement. I've heard her say it, and I would like to ask her why she thinks that. I disagree, but maybe she's got good reasons. I suspect the only quote-unquote good reason that I can think of for people having that belief that the DSM-5 was a retrograde step and it should be more separated, less quote-unquote generic, is because of those with more quote-unquote profound intellectual disabilities needing to have a different label. Which, in my opinion, they do. It's called intellectual disabilities. It's like epilepsy, right? So, epilepsy, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a number of different GI related issues are correlated reasonably strongly, high signals with autism. Yep. Yeah. You can be an autistic person with epilepsy, OCD, pick a bunch. It's all the things I mean, ADHD. That's new. You couldn't have that before. Like, you were not allowed. You're being greedy. You got all this extra little. You know, you can't have all of this stuff. No, it's just weird to me. In connection with triplets case, first diagnosed cases, people from wealthy families unwilling to institutionalize their kids. I think that's possibly true as well. Unlike the Kennedys, well, yes. I'm not going to make any value judgment on that. I think things are different now, obviously. Obviously, things are different now. But, like, we don't say that you have... I suppose you could say that you've got, you know, profound GI issues, I suppose. And you could say, like a hypermobility or connective tissue disorders could be the most prominent thing that affects the quality of your life. I can completely understand that being a thing for someone, obviously. Why wouldn't I? I don't think that autism or the late... do you know what I mean? Like I'm almost like... I almost want to do the Steven Crowder thing and go, prove me wrong. Like convince me. Like Nikki, I think it's the case. I think you're hitting the point there, which is like the argument is all about NTs. Actually, it is all about neurotypicals, and it's about educating them and making them aware, making it easy for them to understand. That is ultimately what the argument boils down to. Why do you need a label profound autism? Why do you want Asperger's back? Why do you want this? Why do you want that? Why do you want PDD-NOS? Because it helps with like, you know, culture. I've recently learned that people like me are the problem, apparently, because of YouTube. You're not allowed to have YouTube. You're not allowed to be autistic and have a YouTube channel. I didn't realize. No, I didn't get the memo. I didn't realize I was breaking the law. I also think it's kind of like weirdly taboo to kind of talk about issues affecting people without intellectual disability. Almost like you can't talk about those things because it's a bit weird. Like, it's a bit weird. Culturally, it's a bit weird. I don't give a shit, by the way. I'm not saying I'm being unkind or whatever. I'm not. Or inaccurate. I'm just like, fuck's sake. I don't go in for like internet culture war drama shit. I'm too old. It's just neurodifferent, Mike. You're being neurodifficult now. Justin. You're being neurodifficult. EDS can cause, exacerbate certain eye problems. Can do. Yeah. And can be related to loads. There's so much connective tissue in the body as well. Like, yeah. There's like, oh, there's so many, like, there's so many, yes, the salad fingers literally buttons right next to Saber. If you wish to press them, you can. Boop. Yeah, I'm a neurodissonance sometimes. So the issue is like, this is not a law, but a secret social rule. Baby. Just, you know. You should be ashamed and hid away from society. Yeah, well, quite. I think the other, it's a bit meta now. We should definitely be going to the after party imminently. I need another cup of tea, you see, and I don't want to do a 2-minute break. I don't think 2-minute break is the right time for. But like, I've lost my thought now. The mental calculations are too intense for them. Yeah. The processing time disclosure I find easier than an autism one, just because it just opens too many questions. I'm uncomfortable, so you're wrong. I wonder if, Soup, the solution to that is to just constantly feel a pervasive sense of imposter syndrome and doubt all the time about everything all the time. And then you're able to think clearly, weirdly. like be chronically uncomfortable and then doesn't matter. Everything is disturbing. Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, EDS should be reasonably straightforward. There is actually a clinic little checklist to get referrals. Not enough research into the whole brain-gut connection, Shona, is very sort of nascent. It's brand new. Vagus nerve is also very, 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 very weak. But yeah, I mean, only with respect to like evidence, it's quite weak. It's not. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying there isn't a gut biome thing. I guess what I am saying is like, if you're looking at gut biome as like a cause, cure, or sort of like therapeutic intervention for autistic people, you're kind of looking in the wrong place. I mean, if some groundbreaking new evidence came out and it links it, I'm not going to be surprised. But also, I would also urge some caution because, there's a lot of bullshit on the internet. Podcasts. But, never say never. But, does it give you any, like, accurate information that you can do anything with today, like right now? Vegas innovation is really interesting. So exciting, professional. Okay, here's a secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone. How many people are on the stream right now? 74? That's fuck all. Fine. Okay, I'll tell you a secret. You mustn't tell anybody. Top secret, okay? Vagus nerve related. Everyone ready? Okay. Okay, top secret. Top 73, someone dipped. That was Nikki. Okay, I'll tell you. There's a company doing the rounds at the minute that sells a neuromodulation device for the vagus nerve. You'll find it online. You'll find tons of influencers talking about it and stuff. They wanted to send me a device and money to promote it on my channel. A vagus nerve stimulator, yeah. Oh, it's a fairly modern one. They have clinical trials and everything. Yeah, they're quite big. And they're owned by a large pharmaceutical company. And I turned them down because I can't. No, sorry. Because it's too nascent. Sorry. They offered me a free device and money, and I said no. Because it's too. I had a meeting with them, a Zoom meeting, and the answer is like they're too nascent. It's too emerging, and I don't feel like it's responsible to tell people things that they might. Obviously, you can say facts, right? You can say things that are, like it might help, and it might help with, and it can do. but it's too vague. And in my opinion, people will read more into it than there actually is. And do you know what? If they do and it helps them, that's great, I suppose. But for me, I have to say no. There you go. Just to let you know. You can find the company online. I'm not going to mention its name right now, but it'll be easy to find. I mean, holy shit. They're big and they're backed by a big company. They definitely have money. But yeah, and I'm not saying that anyone who does use it or promotes it is being irresponsible. I'm just telling you where my line is and why I don't have that many sponsorships and things, because it's like, okay, nope. It's not inept and unsafe manufacture. That wasn't my concern, because they are, like I say, they're a big firm, backed well, and things have been produced well to, you know, they're following ISO standards and so on. So I'm not, you know, it's not even like that new and modern. It's not like from Temu or whatever. It's not like a Temu TENS machine that somebody's connected to their earlobes. But and I'm not saying that vagus nerve, you know, stimulation stuff isn't going to work. I mean, I'm not even. I'm kind of being, I'm being open-minded about it. In fact, honestly, do you know where I did end with it? I end with feel free to send my way. No commitments, no promises, and it wasn't good enough for him. So no, didn't happen. Yeah, I'm happy to do an n equals 1 personal test and use myself as a guinea pig. I'm happy to strap shit to myself and turn it on. Yeah, I'm happy to see what happens. Yeah, we'll test on Mike. Mike can be patient 0, and I'll tell you about my experiences. But I'm afraid, yeah, you send me one, that's on you. And if you want to pick it up, you have to like give me a label as well, because I'm not fucking going to the post office and shit. That can wipe out a day, you know. so I'm not. When I say wipe out a day, I mean like if I'm like super into like reading and stuff and thinking about YouTube videos and whatever, or I'm doing like finishing up some software development or something, like the post office in the middle would like make that day not as good as it would have been without it. If that makes sense. What about League of Legends? Well, I don't play League of Legends, so no. But if I did, then yeah, I guess. You know, it's an ad read. You know, it's an ad read, so it's like, you know, take it for what it's worth. I'm reading an ad for money because I need the cash. Not that I've ever done that. And by the way, Ballesta have paid me, and I think we've chosen a charity. So at some point, please don't hold me to a day. At some point, I'll pay it like in the next week, like literally like ASAP. I'll pay it over to the chosen charity, the one that wins, and we will be happy and everything. But I'm not trying to do. I'm not doing a holier than thou shit. I'm just saying like. I don't even know. I don't know. I haven't looked on Patreon. I don't know. So video, someone printed a headband thing. I appreciate hesitancy discernment there. Yeah, I mean, like, I suppose, like, if you want to think, if anyone is tempted to think of me in a very cynical way, then they could look at it like this. I have made thousands of hours of content. I don't want to throw away all of the work that I've put in and everything on some, like, stupid, like, BetterHelp thing. I told BetterHelp to fuck off. It's not that I don't have sponsors because I don't get offers. It's because I'm just like, no, go away. I can even show them on my email being like, yeah, guys, your reputation is like trash. What the hell? So it's like, yeah, so vagus nerve, yeah, procedures. There's stuff. It's all very nascent, and I'm not shitting on it. Oh, thanks, Sapes. You muted my music, mate. Sapes turned golden things off. I feel like I have a reputation now. It's not the worst reputation, so I'm trying to hold on to it. But yeah, anyway, I mean, like, oh, BetterHelp are really terrible. Like, they're. I mean, just like due diligence, just Google them, like, or Wikipedia. Like, it's like, it doesn't even. I don't use them, first of all, so I don't even know if it's helpful or not. I use Yorkshire tea, and I would love them to send me some money. And I don't want to start like name dropping cat food brands, but like, oh man, cat food, like, there's a few out there that can send me a few dollars. You know what I mean? They can sponsor some Catmageddon action. Thank you very much, Mike, by the way, for sponsoring the next Catmageddon. Although I don't even know, they're getting me coffee and stuff. Nascent's a good word. Yeah, I like it. It's kind of like, it means like emerging sort of thing, but emerging could like kind of means like something like a bad thing is emerging or like a good thing. It kind of gives a value, whereas nascent kind of doesn't really give a value to it, in my opinion. So it's like, yeah, so vagus nerve stimulation stuff is nascent, yeah, but I'm saying this, but maybe in 50 years time everybody's going to be walking around with like little electrodes in their skin to help them like manage stress without pharmaceutical. Yeah, I mean, it could be great, you know, but like right now I'm like, I don't know, and I haven't personally tried it, so I don't even know if I use it. And placebo is helpful. The placebo effect is really good. If it works for you. If it works for you, placebo is like really strong. But I think I'm too fucking cynical and skeptical to get a decent placebo effect out of something. So I feel like if I was trying one of these devices, I'd be like, it's not fucking working. But I feel like if you were susceptible to suggestion, I mean that kindly. If you're the sort of person that's very susceptible to suggestion, then it could really be helpful. It could be life-changing for you. Nasir in Italian is to be born. Ah, beautiful. Opposite placebo. What did the shit do to me? After party will be going, Scheukler. Feel free to step in and win all of the XP again. Later on, when you're free. NASCAR is American for hold my beer. I thought it was an American for turn left. This didn't work for me. I try and perceive myself a lot. I try. I love essential oils. I have a favorite brand. I'm not going to mention them because I feel like they should pay me because I fucking spend so much money on them. And they're great, and I find it helpful. I like it. I find it grounding and blah 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 blah. I'm not saying it's magic, but I am saying I find it helpful. Aromatherapy is great, right? But like, I'm not gonna like overblow claims for an advertiser, right? So it's like, it smells great. Like, one of the things that I leave in the car is like, I've got a little roller. It's lavender, which I've only recently stopped associating with like my old nan. So I'm trying not to make, in the kindest possible way. Lavender oil kind of smells like an old people saying, but this lavender oil doesn't. It smells like actual lavender, not like synthetic lavender. Old people saying lavender. It smells like the plant. Oh yeah, Catherine. Yeah, so some essential oils are not great with cats and blah 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 blah. Yeah. Oh god, it's another fucking minefield. I would say don't overthink it. Generally speaking, like as long as you're not like getting high, like you'd probably be okay. A few drops in a little mister or something, or in an oil burner. You know what I mean? Unless you're in like a really tiny space and you're like, if your eyes are turning pink, it's probably not good for the cats. Just, or dose maketh the poison in some respects. But yeah. Look at like, Diffusing, it depends. Yeah, just manage it in different ways. I've got lavender roll-ons, and I've got one. It lasts me a really long time, and I'll use that occasionally. A little bit of that. It's great. And in the bathroom as well, we have a diffuser up there, and that's quite nice. We should after party. We should do it like straight away. I need to make another cup of tea, and I don't want to do the 2-minute thing because that sort of implies that we're carrying on, which we're not. So. Lavender roller is good for. I read that as like good for rolling on Temple Grandin. Then it's good for headaches if on temples. Okay, I'm just like, okay. I know we need to go to after party because I'm like lavender roller is good for Temple for Grandin. Like what? I was like, what? I know the community says some. I know the community says some unhinged wild stuff sometimes, but I'm like, I'm not rubbing lavender oil on Temple Grandin. Like what are you suggesting? Smelling the wood, yeah. No, I know what you mean. Supported by science, I think I'd probably say yes. I mean, it's more of a psychological thing, really. I think you kind of like, I think certain smells, certain things, like camphor wood has got a certain smell that reminds me of my childhood as well. Well, my parents, when they were in Hong Kong, brought back a camphor wood chest, and that has a certain kind of like aroma to it, a certain kind of smell to it. If you want camphor scent, it's literally just a packet of Rich Tea biscuits. I have no idea what the... Leave Temple alone. Was it your suggestion to rub lavender oil lovingly? I'll stop there. I have to go. So, see you, Anne-Marie. Thanks for being here. You've been here for the whole stream. This is it. I'll do this button then. Hang on. Sabes, you can't press the button. Okay, if I do that, can you... Sabes, I don't know why he's being reticent, guys. Let me just... Don't nibble me. What are you doing? It's not what you do. He's getting cantankerous. I don't know why. He doesn't go there either. That's not where he lives. This towel is here for Hydra, by the way. I only put it down because she was coming in like muddy and stuff. Thank you everyone for joining in. I hope last week didn't push you off too much. I hope you're all well. We're going to go and do this after party thing in a second. Let me put the screen on so you can see what it looks like. It looks like this. So we're going to go to the Discord server where we have a specific channel, and we'll do an exclusive stream, which is predominantly going to be playing some fun little party games. Don't worry about it. It's fun and very autism friendly. I'm probably not going to talk very much because I think I've done my talking now. Thank you very much, everybody.